Co-host नाही झाले परत.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I request all the participants to please be on mute. Good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome to the 6th EGA 2023 EnviroCare Green Awards. This is the 6th edition where we encourage, empower individuals and professionals working in the field of environment and sustainability. Here are some event logistics that I request all of you to please adhere by. Everybody present in the hybrid mode. This is a hybrid mode where we have guests online and also dignitaries present here with us. I request all of you to please keep your phones on silent. All the applicants and presenters, participants that are attending via Zoom, please keep your cell phones on mute. In the later stage, we would also like to capture a photograph. Please keep your cameras on that time. Kindly log in through a single device so there is no echo. In case you have any questions for the keynote speakers, please put them in the question box. I request to start this auspicious day by the lamp lighting. I request Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, founder chairman of EGA, to please come forward. Dr. Preeti to please come forward. Dr. Preeti Amritkar is the advisory member for EGA and also the knowledge partner for EnviroCare Green Awards. Dr. Deshpande, if you could please grace the occasion.
Please. We can have you from the marketing, but also representing diversity. Also, we have somebody from one of you.
Yeah. Am I audible to all the participants? Yeah. I think we have started on a great note, and I request everybody to please keep your cell phones and mics on mute, please. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Following, not able to move. Following is our agenda for today, where we will be starting our day with a very good introduction about EnviroCare Green Awards, where we'll be going through the video virtually. We have our partners and also the knowledge partner, followed by 3 keynote sessions, and we will be concluding after the award ceremony. We have 3 keynote sessions, and there's a break planned after 3 keynote sessions. EGA is an initiative of like-minded people dedicated to make a positive difference. Give me an opportunity to take you through EGA virtually.
Welcome to EnviroCare Green Awards. Since 2018, this award event is conferred to those who strive to protect our environment by adopting and innovating measures which help create a sustainable environment for us, as well as our future generations. EGA is the brainchild of Dr. Nilesh Amrutkar, the Managing Director of EnviroCare Labs, who envisioned that an innovative yet inclusive approach was needed to refocus on sustainability and the environment. Encourage, empower, and enlighten have been the cornerstones of EGA. The focus has been to encourage professionals and organizations to think green, while contributing towards a world that is not only progressive but also responsible towards Mother Earth. EGA is a non-commercial activity of self-motivated, like-minded people dedicated to making a positive difference towards sustainable care. Over the years, the EGA Secretariat has been receiving an increasing number of applications from individuals, MSMEs, large corporates, NGOs, academia, and even government organizations from across the globe. EGA applications are scrutinized meticulously through a 3-level process. The initial screening is done by the EGA Secretariat for its completeness. Scrutinized applications are forwarded to the international jury members, who diligently weigh the applicants' initiatives with respect to their impact on people, planet, and profits. Shortlisted applicants must showcase their work to the esteemed jury, patrons, and advisory panel, along with the support partners, where further evaluation happens on the overall attributes. EGA comprises of a designer trophy made from recycled material and trees, planted in the honor of the winners. The awards are announced at an event that is preceded by keynote sessions from world-renowned speakers who have made a significant difference to our world. So come, join us in this initiative for sustainable care. Let's help protect the environment for our future generations.
Roshni has mentioned she's not able to hear you.
Can the audience hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yes. Now.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we were at the journey of EnviroCare Green Awards. 2020, we got an opportunity to connect with our green stakeholders digitally when the pandemic hit. But due to the selective ignorance that we have not been responsible towards our planet, that happened. But we got an opportunity to connect. In 2021, we truly went global where we had applications from 6 different countries. In 2021, we also had a panel of jury patron members who were evaluating the applicants meticulously. In 2022, we truly went global when we had an opportunity to go hybrid with 22 jury patrons, advisory members from 6 countries with a strength of 46 applicants from 7 countries. In 2023, this year marks as one of the significant years at EGA office where we received 70 applicants from 5 countries. And thank you for the applause. While I head to the next slide, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the jury patrons and advisory members who have dedicatedly given their time and efforts to create a positive impact. I hope my screen is in the presentation mode. Just a minute, allow us to check the needful. Yeah, thank you, everybody. While we were at our journey of EGA, I was expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the jury, patron, advisory members, and the partners who ensured the time and effort and dedicated themselves to creating their personal social responsibility. I would like to take you through the next slide. Yet again, I would like to bring to your attention that this is the 6th year of us celebrating sustainability. The EGA winners will be conferred with a trophy that has been made out of recycled material with a tree certificate in their name. This year is also a year that would dedicate 10 trees in name of each winner, and that will contribute to EGA planting a sum of 171 trees this year at Mussoorie, Uttarakhand for the project of Trees for Ecotourism. Here are some benefits of this project. We have planted these trees in the name of jury, patron, advisory members, partners, and our applicants and participants. A very warm welcome to all of you once again. While I introduce you to the overall journey of EGA, EGA has successfully planted 570 trees in the last 5 years that have contributed to almost 42 jobs and 8980 kgs per year of CO2. 6 years of celebrating EGA at 5 different projects, starting from from the year 2021, where we contributed 121 trees for water. In 2021, again, we did analysis where we contributed 121 trees at Devghar, Jharkhand, India, trees for tribal, trees for refugees, and this year trees for ecotourism with a strength of 171 trees. This is our way of doing the personal social responsibility and contributing towards a green balance sheet. It is said that to see the change, you need to be the change, and I believe the effective way to manage change is to create it. You can call this our way of planting trees in your name. Koshish बोल सकते हैं आप, and I also believe that कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. On that note, I would like to take you through this year's World Environment Day theme, which focused on the plastic pollution, and the host country for this year was Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Following are some of our support partners, which we were truly grateful to have. Thank you for endorsing our programs and our presence on social platforms that helped us spread the word. Consultant Consortium of Chennai, Rama ma'am, thank you for joining us. Rama ma'am is also part of the jury panel where she has contributed very critically about all the applicants and has genuinely given her inputs in terms of each applicant. Thank you, ma'am. From Bombay Chamber of Commerce and Industries, we have Srini Nair, Rajan Raje, Srinivasan, Tarini. Thank you. We have this year Rotary Club of Thana West. Dr. Srirang Deshpande has joined us here at the venue. Thank you, sir, for being with us. IER, we have Dr. Kashyap in the participants. I see him online with Dr. Roshni Udyave. Dr. Roshni is also one of our jury for almost last 2 years. One Sustainable is our support partner all the way from UK, supporting us globally, where we have Pooja Makadia, part of our advisory. HPMF, we have Dr. Nitin Nagrale, who's supporting us for the last 5 years and has been a significant contributor towards our success. AFSTI Mumbai chapter, we have Umesh Ji, also Amod, who will be joining us. Sorry?
Dr. K.D. Yadav also.
Dr. K.D. Yadav also, of course. And our associate partner for this year's EGA, where we have CSMB, key leaders, Ms. Dr. Halde, Dr. Nilesh Nile, and Amod Saradaukar from CSMB. Amod ji was also part of our jury panel. Here are our media, where we have Inorganic, Nuff Foods, and Chemical Weekly. I would now like to introduce you to the backbone of EGA, that is the knowledge partner, EnviroCare Labs. I would also like to share the stage with Mr. Sandeep, who will be introducing us the knowledge partner.
So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody who's joining us from different time zone. I'm Sandeep Purohit, and before we actually talk about EnviroCare, I just want to talk about a topic which I actually came across in the morning. A little bit off this subject. I was just going through newspaper in the morning and I saw that there's a news about water contamination. And it's really a serious problem, especially during monsoon season here in Maharashtra. So, as we all know, that water is like 70% of our body, and if some contamination in water, it can really create a havoc in our system. So, here I request everybody at least the water check at your societies and home. If you need any kind of a technical support, our team is always there. And we can guide you, we can help you in collecting water samples and get it tested here. Or you can get it done from any of the NABL accredited lab, just to ensure the safety and health of your loved ones. Now coming back, I would like Dinal to play a video, a corporate video.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Please allow us to take care of the technical issues, please. Yeah. Yeah.
EnviroCare Lab is an independent testing, inspection and certification laboratory with over 4 decades of quality experience in food, water, environment and pharma.
Our team comprises of 200 plus scientists, executives, and administrators. Our WeCare program helps team members to continue with their education even while working. We also have MOU with NPTEL IIT Chennai, where our employees can undergo short courses in technical as well as soft skill management. Indira Gandhi National Open University, postgraduate diploma in food safety and quality management. At EnviroCare, we care.
Our central lab is 50,000 square feet state-of-art facility at Thane with additional 4,000 square feet of satellite lab in Pune. We at EnviroCare Labs believe in sustainable care and therefore have developed our labs to achieve certification from Indian Green Building Council.
We undertake sampling and sample pickup across India through our dedicated sampling executives. Our sampling team is highly trained and proficient to undertake sampling of food, air and water. These teams undergo continual rigorous assessment by regulatory auditors.
We undertake testing of various food products for its nutritional information, food additives, food adulterants, physical, chemical and biological contaminants, accelerated and real-time shelf life study, sensory evaluation. This not only helps in export but also in new product development and get to meet the national and international regulatory requirement for raw and processed foods.
EnviroCare labs provide in-depth monitoring and analysis as per latest environmental regulations issued by Ministry of Environment and State Pollution Control Boards. We monitor air, compressed air, ambient, stack, source emissions, water and wastewater testing, hazardous and non-hazardous waste, groundwater and soil testing as a part of environmental site assessment, noise and illumination monitoring and environmental biology. Our pharma lab undertakes chemical and biological testing of pharma products along with quality testing of consumer products such as cosmetics and sanitizers. At EnviroCare Labs, we believe in technology, transparency and trust for a quality India.
Over 40 years, our lab has earned its unique identity by delivering value to its customers through its commitment, service, and trust.
EnviroCare Labs is accredited under ISO 17025:2017 through NABL and is recognized by Government of India through its various ministry offices like Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India (FSSAI), Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS), Export Inspection Council (EIC), Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority that's APIDA, Agricultural Marketing (EGMARC). The lab is also recognized by the Grain and Feed Trade Association or GAFTA, an international grain trade association as Analyst and Superintendent Surveyor. EnviroCare Labs is certified for QMS 9001, EMS 14000 and OSAS 18000. We are empaneled with World Bank and as partner lab with many multinationals. EnviroCare Lab is also accredited under ISO 17043 by NABL as a proficiency testing provider. Our lab undertakes proficiency testing in the biological field for food, environment and pharma labs. Our scientist team has successfully published many international papers on method development and validation which help the lab fraternity. We work analysis and beyond.
EnviroCare Lab believes in Quality India and is committed to deliver accurate and prompt services in testing, inspection and certification with speedy delivery of unambiguous results and reports at an affordable cost to ensure complete customer satisfaction. We believe in first time right, on time, every time.
We work as one team with one focus, customer first.
So welcome back again. So what you have seen in this video is just one aspect of EnviroCare Lab. And we are more than just a testing lab. We are an organization who's driven by the idea of personal social responsibility and green balance sheet. We here at EnviroCare create an ecosystem wherein people, planet, and profit coexist. All our functions mostly, as you can see on the slides, are aligned with 17 sustainable development goals of United Nations. And here at EnviroCare, we don't just preach, we do it, and we share the results with others to inspire them. So let us start from this building itself, where we are just broadcasting this program. This building where our central laboratory is located here in Mumbai, Thane, India. This building is not just an ordinary building. It's India's first research and testing laboratory, which is rated for platinum rating by IGBC, Green Building Interior. And that's something we all are proud about. Let me take you through some glimpses. Here we have solar panels which are installed, and they take care of almost 24% of electricity requirement, which saves almost around 2 lakh plus of carbon dioxide emission, which is almost equivalent to planting more than 6,000 plants. Other than this, we have also installed these special and very unique wet scrubbers to ensure that whatever fumes which are generating because of our lab activities, they should be first cleaned and then discharged to the atmosphere, so that atmosphere we only release only clean air. We also have a wastewater treatment plant which takes care of all the treated waters are being used for gardening and flushing purposes. Other than this, we have also planted more than 200 trees what we have planted here in this premises. All our air purifying plants ensure the neat and clean air within and also outside the premises. So embrace, enrich, and Enviro Josh. These are the initiative by our HR team, which is in perfect alignment with SDG Goal 17, SDG Goal 4, and SDG 8. Embrace is all about embodying, it's all about partnering with all the new joinees in our organization. We share the company's ideology with them, ensuring there is a clarity towards a common goal. When it comes to enriching, which is an engaging activities for our stakeholders, and Enviro Josh is actually an initiative to create decent work and economic growth for our own employees, where we conduct many technical programs for them for outbound trainings to ensure a healthy work environment for them. So corporate social responsibilities at EnviroCare is actually based on the concept of sustainable care. As I said earlier, that all our CSR and PSR activities are in perfect alignment with the 17 SDG goals of United Nations. And there are some of the activities which we have done so far, in the recent year. One of them is a midday meal in collaboration with Akshay Chaitanya Foundation, which actually which is in alignment with SDG 2 that achieves the zero hunger. Then training of government lab attendant, almost 500 lab attendants were trained in the School of Marathi Vigyan Parishad, SDG 4, for quality education. And water supply and sanitation project for Rotary, SDG 6, to achieve clean and water sanitation. And other than this, we have also planted 5,000 plus, yes, it's 5,000 plus trees, what we have also planted and distributed to our stakeholders. And it's something to be proud about, that apart from known as a brand for quality, now we are also known as a organization who grow plants. So it's time for me to now hand over this platform to a personality who needs no introduction. But I would like to introduce him in a way I understood him so far. So he's a man with clarity and vision. a perfectionist with a creative mind, a dreamer, and with a never say die attitude, a mentor to many, an entrepreneur with the power to rise above any situation, a person who deeply cares for people, planet, and for his own brand EnviroCare. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a man behind EnviroCare Green Award, the Managing Director, Dr. Nilesh Amritkar.
Hello. Good afternoon, all of you. And first of all, apologies. There is a lot of challenges with IT. We are not from IT background. We are all chemists and microbiologists, and very difficult to understand the language of 101010, the bytes. So sorry, apologies for that. We are trying our level best to see that our people all across the digital virtual network who have joined us from Netherlands. Avin has joined us from Netherlands, from Nigeria. Ben has joined, and a lot of other people across the globe have joined us. So apologies to them that we are trying our level best. So now coming to our session, a very warm welcome to all of you for the final event at the EnviroCare Green Awards EGA 2023, and this is the 6th year of EGA, and I must appreciate the dedication, devotion, and determination of each one of you. That includes the applicants, juries, patrons, advisors, and partners, and not to forget my own team, the EGA Secretariat, which is led by Deenal, Sandeep, and the interns. Compliments to the 3 interns that we are having who have done majority of the work for this program. Overwhelming response once again to EGA, 70 applications from 6 different countries in 5 categories. This time it was really tough. One of the highest number of applications we have received up until now. And more than that, the evaluation task for the EGA Secretariat, jury, patrons, advisors, and partners was even more difficult. The EGA has lived up to its theme of enlightening, encouraging, and empowering people, and has been able to touch lives of thousands of people across the globe. 2022-23 continue to witness the onslaught of climate change, and it seems that the extreme weather has become a norm for all of us. Floods in Afghanistan and India claiming more than 1,000 lives and millions displaced. Droughts in East Africa killing more than 300, and at the same time floods in Nigeria, South Africa killing more than 1,000 people, mudslides, storms, tropical cyclones in Brazil, Philippines, Madagascar, Mozambique, earthquakes in Indonesia, Afghanistan, Turkey, Syria. The situation appears to be very, very grim. More so with the thought that if we, that is you and me, can do something or we don't do something now, there won't be anything left in this world for us to hand over to our future generations. If actions are not taken against changing environment, approximately 3 billion people globally would experience chronic water scarcity, and the global economy would lose up to 18% of GDP by 2050. But there is a ray of hope. Yes, the ray of hope is you and me, us. We can do definitely something. And I quote our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, instead of mindless and destructive consumption, what is needed today is mindful and deliberate utilization. EnviroCare Green Awards encourages these individuals and organizations that are making positive difference to our people and our planet. EGA enlightens and empowers all those initiatives that celebrate environment and sustainability. The seeds for EGA were sown in 2003 and formalized as EnviroCare Green Awards in 2018. The tree has grown strong and is completely aligned to the concept of life.
life is not just about life. It is the lifestyle for environment. It is a mass movement based on the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. The movement coined by India for the world. Even if 1 billion people of the 8 billion adopt environment-friendly behaviors in their daily lives, global carbon emissions would drop by 20%. It's all about Prakruti Rakshati Rakshita. Simply put as, those who protect nature, nature protects them. Today, we are fortunate to have keynote speakers across the globe. Dr. Bikram Sekon from Melbourne, Australia, Mr. Matthew Jose from Bangalore, Dr. Avinash Dulip from Mumbai. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to speak at EGA 2023. And we look forward to your insights on Sustainability Development Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, Sustainable Development Goal number 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, Sustainable Development Goal number 13, Climate Action. We would continue our endeavor to bring world-class keynote speakers to help us learn, unlearn, and relearn on various aspects of SDGs. I'm also excited to meet the winners of EGA 2023. We have winners across academia, individuals, NGOs, societies, MSMEs, and large corporates. And I would say all the 70 applicants are the winners, as they have taken some efforts in their own ways to bring in a change for a better world. The juries, patrons, advisors, partners have evaluated and shortlisted a few of them, and whom we will be felicitating today with a very unique award trophy at today's EGA 2023 at this Center for Continuing Education Research Hall of EnviroCare Labs. At EGA, we firmly believe in PSR, personal social responsibility, and CSR working together. And as part of our PSR, let's all pledge today to live a lifestyle for environment. I request all those who are online and all those who are present here to recommit themselves to serve and celebrate sustainability. So can we have the pledge please over here? It's displayed over here so people can read it on their screens. I will just say I, and then you can say your name and just read out the pledge. I, Nilesh Amrutkar, pledge to make all possible changes in my daily life to protect the environment. I also commit continuously motivate my family, friends, and others about the importance of environmentally friendly habits. Habits such as thank you so much. So with this, I would end my short speech, welcoming all of you once again to this beautiful EGA 2023 program. And over to you, Dinal.
Thank you, sir, for the enriching, empowering, and enlightening words. This is this man always at our EGA office as well, absolutely passionate and working towards creating a world for the future generation. Like touched upon by Dr. Nilesh, we have 3 keynote sessions planned focusing on SDG 11, 12, and 13 with Dr. Bikram, Matthew, and Mr. Avinash ji. I would also like to bring to your attention, like you mentioned, Dr. Nilesh, that we will continue our journey to have more keynote speakers and key opinion leaders. For your information, we have touched upon almost 25 keynote sessions focusing on 9 SDGs. Thank you. That was some of the speakers are here with us today. Imran has been a past speaker. Further to that, I would now like to invite Ms. Madhura to share this dais with me to introduce the jury members. Ms. Madhura Amritkar is a young and energetic personality who started writing at the age of 30 and is also the author of the book Teen Tales. Apart from being a very active member of EGA, she is also a student of psychology from Ramnarayan Roya College in Mumbai. So I invite Ms. Madhura Amritkar to take over and present the jury panel. Over to you, Madhura. Thank you, Deenal, for that lovely introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to introduce the esteemed jury members for the 6th edition of EnviroCare Green Awards. I would love to start with Mr. Anirban Ghosh. He has completed his MBA in marketing from IIM Ahmedabad. He is currently the head of the Center for Sustainability at Carolina Mahindra University and a part of the Sustainability Committee at BCCI. We also have with us Dr. Yuthika Chauhan. She is based in the US and is a research associate at MedAdditis. She's currently working in a well-respected world's largest charitable organizations. World's largest charitable organizations serving people internationally. Our next jury member is Dr. Manoj Chaturvedi. He has been a student of IIT Mumbai and is currently an environment and sustainability manager at Metito, Qatar. He has been a part of several international projects, environmental projects, and has been instrumental in establishing compliance governance for his organizations. Next, we have Mr. Arvind Ramaiya. He is the key accounts manager at Quantify from Netherlands. He started his journey at EnviroCare Labs as an intern, and from there on forth, he has proceeded to earn a PhD in biophysics and develop a great interest in sustainability. We have yet another visionary amongst us today, Ms. Rama Venugopal, an executive at Value Added Corporate Services. She has been leading that company for the past for more than 30 years. She's also a member at the Consultants Consortium of Chennai, an association that has supported EnviroCare Green Awards even in the past years. Next in line is Mr. Benedict Ojobo, Chief Technologist at the National Biotechnology Development Agency, NBDA, Nigeria. He has more than 10 years of experience and has a great deal of interest in green chemistry, renewable energy, etc. He visited EnviroCare in 2016 through the Bureau of Indian Standards. And since then, Mr. Ojobo has taken great interest in environment and sustainability. As I continue with the list of jury members, I would like to introduce Mr. Avinash Dulip, environment consultant at the India-Africa Business Forum. Mr. Dulip is an environmental biologist who has completed his education in Africa and is currently an environment scientist across the globe. Along with being our keynote speaker for today evening, he is also the author of the book Be Someone, a sustainability consultant, a biodiversity and climate change expert, a nature-based solutions practitioner, a mentor for many. Mr. Dulip wears many hats. Next, we have Mr. Amod Salgaonkar, co-founder and CEO of A2S2 Enterprises, a visionary leader, an entrepreneur, and an orated speaker. He has a great deal of experience in the field of science, sustainability, and trade. It is truly interesting to listen to his talks on sustainability. Joining with us today, we also have Dr. Shubhakanta Mohapatra, a professor of environment and sustainable development at IGNOU, a renowned institution for higher education. He has played a pivotal role in shaping the minds of countless young students, equipping them with the necessary tools to address pressing environmental challenges and promote a more sustainable future. Continuing with the introductions, we would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Roshni Udyavar Yehuda, President of the Institute of Environmental Architecture and Research. She has done comprehensive work in the field of sustainable architecture and has accomplished several projects under the topics of watershed management, wastewater treatment, solar architecture, rainwater harvesting, etc. And being an architect, she has played an important role in establishing sustainable agricultural infrastructure and sustainable ecosystems. And now finally, for our 11th jury member, our 11th jury member is someone who has had history with EnviroCare Labs since forever. We couldn't be prouder to introduce Mr. Imran Ustad, director of a Morningstar company, Sustainalytics, which is a global leader in ESG. He has also played a significant role in raising awareness about the Sustainable Development Goals. He started his journey at EnviroCare Labs and has been a key member in EnviroCare's Madagascar project. I would like to thank all the jury members. For evaluating the applicants and taking efforts to recognize the green initiatives. To proceed with the event, I would also like to introduce our first keynote speaker for the evening, Dr. Bikram Sekhon. He is a highly accomplished engineer specializing in town planning and land development with a profound expertise in water-sensitive urban development. With a PhD in town planning, he possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience in sustainable urban developmental practices. Driven by a passion for creating environmentally conscious and resilient communities, he has made significant contributions to the field of land development in Melbourne. Thank you. Thank you, Madhura. Dr. Bikram, you are online, right? Dr. Bikram?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for everyone.
You are audible to me.
Hello.
Can the IT team check at this front because he is audible to me here? Hello, sir. Greetings from India.
Thank you very much. And I'm very delighted that you have invited me for this talk and given an opportunity to share my views with your audience. I believe you can hear me, all of you. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can all hear you.
Sorry for the technical delay.
No problem, sir. Sir, can you share the screen? We are ready, good to go. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much. And I'm sharing my screen. I believe you can see. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
So thank you for giving time to me. And I believe most of you are the scientists and technical people. So my journey will be taking you something beyond the policy matter, something beyond the design. But of course, they are very much technical concern. My presentation is quite pictorial, and I have tried to bring some background details, some concept detail, and one of the wonderful case study, which is considered as one of the best living community here in Melbourne. I'm sorry, this is not. I hope you can.
Yes, sir. We can see your slides.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. We cannot see the presentation now.
Can you see the?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the Australian experience is primarily based on how the residential development and how the water is used to making or enhancing the life. One thing I just make it clear that in Australia, especially in Melbourne, we are using rainwater as a major source of water for drinking and daily purpose. The groundwater either is not good or is not used for most of the time. So we rely on a water conscious development, which is the best use of every drop of the water available around us. This is just a background area where you can see the population of Australia is very less as compared to if you consider Indian population. But we as a development industry see Indian population considered more in cities, and again, the major share of metropolitan cities are quite large if we see the overall urban population. If we see even here in Australia also, the two cities of Sydney and Melbourne consider considerable share of urban population. And we find that the city of Melbourne and city of Mumbai, where presently are you sitting now, is quite common because of their planning and design policies on the same principle. But it's very important to understand now that over the years, what happened that Melbourne has become in the last few years most livable city, and while Mumbai or many other later Indian cities are unable to achieve such status. So this presentation will also give us an insight to understand our broad policy and design approach and what techniques we can develop in order to make our cities better. This is just a broad concept how the Melbourne metropolitan area is. Primarily, the development is around network and how these networks we are developing as green networks. That is one of the area where the changes in policy and planning has been observed in last almost 2 decades. If you see broadly, try to make it conceptually clear. As we go into more micro details, we find there are more kind of activities at a local level. And when we go to the peripheral level or the city level, then the activities are quite broad in general. And in regional area, the context will be different. And similar approaches are adopted for Indian cities too. So obviously, we believe the current society where we are living primarily based on network and our cities connectivity and the economy related to them. But what is the new approach? This is the conventional approach that all over the world is used in city planning. But state of Victoria, if we feel they have taken the complex challenge of climate change involved in urban development and considered these networks as a source of area or as a part of green infrastructure development. So this is one of the priorities to develop green networks. So again, if I show you the same picture here, now these 2 parameters are very important. The network for us are basically the green networks. So when we say green network, it means it has a water sensitive techniques, it has the vegetation technique, it has the cooling environment, it has a better city look environment, and all these are embedded together in the form of urban design and urban planning. So the shift primarily is based on enhancing the urban quality, enhancing the landscape connectivity, and also developing towards resistance and our tolerance to the climate change. This is the factor which is nowadays very important and concern all of us. And to achieve the more city livable, we protect our green spaces on priority. We protect water sensitive urban design. We give greening of buildings, and we also make a permeable surfaces all over and calculate and use in the design data. We all know this is just a concept that why trees are important, and the 5 basic principles which we used in our planning, the 2 first are on policy matter. That is, we should have a places for trees. It's the wisdom if we know how to plant a tree and where to plant a tree. And then we also need to create a surrounding environment around a tree. And the second 3 points, if we see, they are more related to design. If there is a tree, we also need to provide a source of water, how the trees to be watered. And then we also need to provide a supporting infrastructure to create an activity and life around the trees. And obviously in the last part, which is more what we have achieved on the end of the day, which is more analysis, more objective is concerned. So based on these 5 parameters, we design our cities, and I will take further micro details that how these parameters are helping us to achieve a better environment. This is, I try to synthesize the whole system. The crux of the issue based on, we have a very strong digital monitoring system, for all the activities. And this is developed over, not a recent development, it's taken almost 3-4 decades to develop the whole network, where the universities, scientists, and the government departments, and the planners and the decision maker, and develop a policy, and that created a national environment science program. And of course, this was very much done and possible with the collaborative achievements of community and private organization. Since most of you are working in different organization, if we make a collaborative and integrated program like this, and we are able to achieve the better targets that we can develop here. I will show you how these programs are helping each other. So some of the common things that even we are doing here, also possible we have done in Indian cities, like vegetation cover detector, heat vulnerability index, and change of vegetation area, ecological sensitive area, but they're more on policy level. We have very much less achieved on the design and integrated approach level. If I show you some of the action programs which are mentioned here, these are very broad and I'm keeping it very brief so that you can just detail out some of the areas. If anyone in the audience would like to detail out some of the action programs, I can detail out later. I also can send them the broad programs. Protect the resource, which is the species we have. Action 2, set targets. In every policy, in every design, make the objectives to achieve the environment objective. Scale up the greening areas so that we can increase the greening areas. Action 4, we need collaborations. We need integration among other areas. Then building a toolkit, then building a resource kit for each action group, even for the society. And then end, which is very important, the 6th action, fund. How to funding the various programs, which is done for all this area. If we integrate in all the key C aspects, 6 aspects, we can develop it a better program. Of course, we know that cities are, or sustainable cities are a global agenda. But what is the new approach in planning and urban planning and development? So this is the target that we achieve here, that we need to retain urban development within the urban landscape and managing the green areas, as I told in the initial state, in the network. And here I'm showing you some examples. This is a major highway that is passed through the city. And if you see in the city, all these highways have a strict land use control around it. And there is one of the easy way is to achieve the integrated natural areas with the development. We are very controlling the natural area, controlling the hierarchy of spaces. We are even also developing around a cycle tracks, around the walking tracks all around the highways. We are also developing around alternative transport modes. We are also developing around the less car-based networks so that we can integrate with the other activities within these areas. This is just a snapshot that most of the town planners are using as various hierarchy level of roads. If you see, this is the arterial road network based for bus public transport. And then this transport is supported with a local level transport network. And with this local level transport network, we integrate with the cyclists, pedestrians, and also encourage them to put an activity in those areas so that we can develop the green spaces. And within green spaces, we try to create our movement pattern, and end of the day, these all enhance the sustainability of the area. Based on this concept, let's see how can we achieve in a residential estate. This is the broad network or plan of the north side of the city. You can see I have shown you one map which was showing the network plan, but this is the recent network plan which involve a lot of green areas around the network, which is on a regional scale. If you go to further into micro detail, I will tell within these networks how these WSUD, what we call water sensitive guidelines, are helping various areas. Now, as a concept in the natural area, a combination of soil, water, and vegetation, we are changing this pattern into a hard pattern of glass, concrete, and water. And with this transition, we are eliminating and changing a lot of chemical properties of the water and how to achieve the best WSD objective in a natural treatment process so that we can achieve the natural soil, water, vegetation combination. This is the scare box highlighted here. If you cannot read the text, is a stormwater train treatment. We treat the stormwater before reaching to the destination in such a way that we very less required its treatment later on. So when the water is passed through the cyclic process, it's treated at every aspect, every stage. The first part of train treatment is like the rain is falling on the roof of a house, it is stored in the tank, and from the home rain garden, it passed through the street. And then street has the grass polluted, and then again street has the swales, which again try to absorb more nitrogen, more phosphorus, and solid waste into it. And then the third step, it comes to the set pond. In the set pond, you'll find a lot of silt is settled down, and then we create wetlands. Wetlands are created with the set standards. I will show you some of the combination of some of the plants, some of the details, that how the wetlands are integrated part of urban development. This is just one slide that will help you to understand the life cycle, basically based on time and cost involved. So what I mean to say that the cost of green infrastructure is also integrated at part of the project. The project is not designed in isolation. Rather, green infrastructure is also included, including the maintenance, including in the last cost, if we are to remove some of the infrastructure or decommission some of the activities, that is also part of the cost. This stormwater perception seems a complex situation, but it's very simple. I try to develop it what is the core, what is the heart. So the heart is the combination of trees, water, land or soil particles, and a perfect combination within these. And when we develop the gray area, which is primarily the used area, so that has to be designed in such a way that we are able to achieve the previous aspect of which is like natural environment in that area. Let's see further. A residential estate I have selected in the northern area, which is a neighborhood area. If you see, this is the small arrows in the roads are the viewpoints, are the linking activity points that are affecting the environment. And all around this residential development, there are natural creeks, nalas, around which we develop an integrated manner. If you further zoom into small areas, you'll find the more detailed, more integrated green areas along the urban creek bodies. And when we go into the road areas, we find there are further elements which affect our green infrastructure. So road is not designed as a movement for vehicles. Rather, road is also a water carrier channel. How this water carrier channel along the green infrastructure, let's go to a cross-section and detailed design of a residential area. This is a largest residential area where you can see the area around creek is developed and earmarked for all the natural flow that has to be considered. Now, the chemical and biological property of the creek are studied in detail. And once we go into detailed analysis, the water from the paved areas are enter in small catchment. Each residential area is divided into small catchments, and then each catchment is designed in such a way to know, and roads and streets are designed in such a way that water can reach to the creek in an efficient manner. If you see, this is the first part is to monitor the existing health of the water body. If any development is occurring around an area, the first step is to nominate the water body. We study the chemical properties, we study the biodiversity, we study the life in the water life in that area. And the policies are designed that within the development, the pre-life has to achieve with the development. If we are unable to achieve the pre-development health, then it means something wrong in the development scenario. So it means a lot of scientific studies and technical studies are done before any development activity is occurring in that area. This is the rainfall patterns are very rigorously monitored. The climate change data with the behavioral changing patterns are also included. Any local consideration of the soil, vegetation, geology, geography, and any vegetation which is important for microclimate, any vegetation which is native in nature, they are part of the decision making before making a development. This is just one screenshot showing that how the development is integrated, and all the color shades are integrated in the sizes. And I will further zoom into one of the street areas, which will give you that one street, these colors patterns are indicating the water flow catchment area of each street, how the water from houses are entering into street, and then we design our infrastructure according to these small catchment areas. Each catchment area is numbered, and each catchment area is numbered according to the house value. I'll come next. If you see, this is one of the detail of the catchment area, where the flow pattern from each street, each house is monitored. The street levels are designed in such a way that water can accumulate through the road and ultimately reach to the desired point of the wetland. If we see, these are the prime networks. And if you see, there are certain mentioned wetland 1 and wetland 2. If I go to the previous slide, these are the streets. And then these wetland 1 and 2 are feeded by those catchment areas generated from those residential areas. It means in any development, there could be within this development about 10,000 houses. There are likely to have 7 or 8 wetlands within those areas. So it means all these houses are the water is generated through various levels of treatment, reaching to the wetland and then reaching to the river to feed in a natural way. So this is one of the example. If you see with all the planning, if you see there is in the bottom, the wetland has been developed, the roads and streets have been designed, and all whatever we have planned, and ultimately the water is reaching. How this water is purified, I'm giving you some more localized and micro scale based examples. First of all, you need to understand this is the cross section of a road. From a environment point of view or from a green infrastructure point of view, the road is designed as a water carrier. You see, the road has setbacks, the road has a natural strip, road has a footpath, road has a cycle track, but road also has a pavement, which is the concrete area. But that pavement is designed to cater the water along with the vehicles and other areas. This is one example. This is one of the example of a street and one vacant house. This is ultimately what is achieved, and this is available in a Google Street Map. If you can I will send you the link. You can see how actually this is happening. So the curb on the side, if you can see, there is a pit in front of the home. So that pit is a water absorbing pit, and the green area in front of the house is the natural area that is supposed to absorb a lot of the green runoff from this area. And when we see, this is the cross section of a road. Road has on the side in the green area all the infrastructure below it. The levels of the road, the camber, the slope, the directions, all is designed based on a particular rainfall pattern, and a particular flood modeling is done that how much water can be carried below the design infrastructures. This is just for clarification, a further zoom into those areas. There are stormwater, there are water supply areas, there are non-drinkable water pipes also. There are 5 or 6 types of infrastructure that run along it, and most of this also has a green infrastructure to absorb all the runoff and all the other elements available within those in the surrounding areas. If you see, this is a local street pattern. I will focus some of the key elements within this. You can see these numbers. There is a cut and fill plan. There is a level control plan. There is a pipe and detail plan. If I go to the previous street, you can see all the houses has a number, all the houses has an area, all the houses has a level control system. So the whole residential area is designed in a strictly level control system, because we have to carry the stormwater from a property to the street, from a street, one end of the street to the another end, and from another end to up to the creek. So everything is designed, all these numbers are the existing level, proposed level, or any building level is required that is fixed at initial stage, so that water cannot pond or water cannot stagnate within those areas. You can see all these cut and fill areas, all these if there is pedestrian or other infrastructure, they are initially decided in a well integrated manner. This is the plan of a house. Even the right side plan, you can see there is a backdrop, open area, and how the open area sloping towards the paved area. And from this pavement area, the water is entering on the street, and street is also leveled. And these levels are strictly followed, and rest of the life, like next 200 years, 500 years, these levels will not change. The level of the road and street is a legal document, a legal number that is fixed, and it cannot change. And it is verified periodically after so many years that if the level is changed, because it will disturb the whole surrounding area. This is one of the key examples where I have tried to just graphically represent. If you see in first picture, car and a pipe is below, and if the size of the drain below is not adequately designed, you will be in the middle picture. And if we are designing a street, designing a house slope, designing the size of the drain in such a way, we will achieve the third level picture position. So the principle is we are able to achieve the third level position. Idea is to avoid the second level position so that we can make our system clean out, clear the blockage, stop the erosions, and make a third level scenario. Similarly, if there is a multi-story development, for a single story development, our underground infrastructure is minor. Like if there is a multi-story development, then the underground green infrastructure also has to increase. And for a commercial area, if you see in the middle area, we also need an open channel to support that whatever impervious is generated, that pass through the open channel and ultimately go through the creek. And those streets which are close to in the third picture, which we call it parkland area, parkland section, those streets which are close to the road, a creek or natural body, they are also given such as direction of flow so that water can directly enter into the creek. So it means whatever topography available, whatever geography available, if we are creating our built environment, that is also following a certain topography, certain design, so that it can be implemented. Let's see the cross section of a road. This is a road. In a road, we have in the left side, you find two black dots, means they are the catching pits. And in the right side, all the connecting infrastructure in that sag and crown has to create in such a way that water can flow interconnected with each other. So the fall of land, the road is also sloped according to the detailed plan. And if you see the further development, now I can make some concluding remarks out of this. So we have to make cut and fill plan. Then we have to project estimates and budgets. Then involve strategic planning and how much widths we require. And then we design intersections, and then we standardize it. And based on these two, we design road components and pavement, but also including the natural element within those areas. When we achieve this, the same residential area, you can see the two wetlands at the base and all the design parameter right from a house, from an intersection, from a corner, it is achieving to the end, and from those two wetlands, they are achieving going into the creek. I will show you a wetland detail concept plan too. So this is the concluding slide here. Which is primarily for marketing in those areas. And if we see that within this marketing environment, landscape, strategic planning, engineering, all has to added, and then we create a valuation for the infrastructure fund. Of course, these all are integrated with the finance and business targets. And end of the day, in India, most of the urban development is primarily through change of land use and EDC rules, and they are coordinated in planning and development scenario. One of the slide picture, if you see from the pit, which was in the beginning, I'll show you here related to the wetlands. Just bear with me. This is the slide that you can see. So this is the detailed design of, just for information, this is the detailed design component within the wetland. There are also a microphyte zone. There are also chemical treatments through the vegetation. There are also a sediment pond and other design parameters that involve in a wetland to make it a fully functional within the urban development area. So that was the last part. And if you have any question or any suggestion, you can let me know so that I can answer your queries.
Thank you, Dr. Bekan. I request you to please stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session and for emphasizing on the topic sustainable neighborhoods. I'm sure your expertise and passion will strive all the participants to create a sustainable future for all the generations, while also where the neighborhoods can thrive while minimizing the ecological impact. I'm sure there are a lot of questions flooding in. I request the applicants or the participants to please write to us in the chat box, and then we can proceed. To the jury, patron, and advisory members, please feel free to ask questions to Dr. Shikhan, and also the partners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Baby.
Dinner,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Presentation was really nice and insightful, and I have some questions. What do you mainly tree watering? What you mentioned, and the main concept, what I understood, is making the water from my home should reach to the wetland, so that the wetland can absorb the water and the ground level water has to be increased. As a common man, I'm asking this question. Don't take me otherwise. This is a concept that you are explaining it, and it has been designed well, and the minute details, slope and concentration, all these things are very detailedly explained. It's a logical things that you have taken care. But I could not understand one thing is tree watering. You mentioned tree watering.
Tree watering it. Yes, actually, because of the time left, I have just touched some of the areas. First thing I tell you, the purpose is not to take water to the creek. The aim here is to use 80% water within the residential area. The downstream creeks doesn't have much capacity to absorb extra water, number one. Second aim is to allowing a fresh water, which is pre-development stage, that is to be achieved. It means with urban development, when we develop our roads infrastructure, most of the water is non-drinkable. Our aim is to allow the water in a drinkable. The one of the parameter indicator is the insects, for example, frog life in the creek. What was before the development, and it should have the same after the development. That is aim, that is objective. Now, watering the trees, there is a separate non-drinkable network. We call it water harvesting approaches. What happened within those creek and the sediment pond and other area, we repump those water to feed the creeks and other infrastructures. So the idea is there is a separate network. We are also developing a special kind of pits along the roadside, what we call curbside. These are called hydration pits in front of houses, and those pits has a filter into it. They pits a certain permeable or impermeable median around it, and they giving water recharging to the roots. So in Australia, it's mostly the drought country, but Melbourne and Victoria has a lot of rain. So our idea is to save the water and use it judicially, either for recycling. We drink water saved in our tank, and then this water is also used for vegetation and recycled for greening the grounds, infrastructure, lawns, and other areas.
I got my answer.
I can show you some of those pits which are designed to absorb water along the roadside.
Because I work on a plantation and other things.
Okay.
And the main objective why I asked this question is a tree is not only just a vegetation or carbon dioxide. It is the main source of taking water back to the ground. The root system is developed in such a way that the water, wastewater, whatever we call it as a waste, it is a nutrition to many other ground level insects or many biotic creatures.
Yes.
The roots will help us. That's the reason you would like to make it as a watering. Tree watering is not just a tree watering what we water day to day. Tree watering is indirectly we are making our groundwater level increase, and the temperature is maintained. Thank you very much. It was very useful. Thank you.
Thanks, it was a wonderful question. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Just for the audience to know, Vijay Kumar Katti happens to be our last year's winner in the individual category. Thank you, Vijay ji, for joining us. And now we can move to the next segment by, I would request Dr. Shekant if you could be with us throughout the session for the award ceremony as well. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
I'm here next 2 hours. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We can now proceed to the next element of our function. And now I would like our team member Arush to please join us in introducing the patron members. Arush Ghoshal is a student of management studies at Guru Nanak Khalsa College. He has been a vital part of the EGA team with his resourcefulness and a can-do attitude. Arush, I request you to please share the stage with me, please. Yeah,
Thank you, Daniel, for a kind introduction. I would love to introduce the patron members, beginning with Dr. Aparna Dhawan, the Senior Counselor of CII. She was also an ex-executive director of TIC Council. She has over 20 years of experience in the field. She has received her PhD in chemistry from Delhi University. She has also collaborated with several different accreditation boards in India. Followed by Dr. Dhawan, we have Dr. Srirang Deshpande, President of Rotary Club of Thana West. Born in Baroda, Dr. Deshpande has done his MBA from IIM Kolkata. Sir is an engineer by education and now a managing director at Spandan Consultants Private Limited. We also want to extend our gratitude for being a support partner and for creating awareness about the 6th edition of EGA in the Rotary fraternity across the globe. Next in line is Ms. Pooja Makaria, the founder and director of One Sustainable Limited. Next in line is Miss Pooja Makaria, the founder and director of One Sustainable Limited and One Planet Only, based in the UK. One Sustainable Limited is a business director promoting business growth and exports with a purpose to accelerate sustainability. Whereas One Planet Only is a platform that promotes sustainable procurement and supply chain management. I'm happy to announce that One Sustainable Limited is also associated with us as a support partner this year. Next patent member is Dr. Nitin Nagrale, the Chief Executive Officer of Qualified New Zealand Limited. He is also the founder and General Secretary of Hospitality Purchasing Managers Forum. He has an experience of over 25 years in the hospitality industry. His skill set includes managing supply chain procedures, sales operations, vendor relationships, and a lot more.
इतकं सोपं आहे गोष्ट ही.
Next patent member is Dr. Hemant Zoklekar. Sorry. काय केलंय?
Stop share. Just stop. Let's start over. Screen share.
This one. Next patent member in line is Dr. Hemant Zoklekar, sustainability consultant and trainer and an ex-senior manager at Asian Paints Limited. His expertise include chemistry, wastewater management, environmental engineering, and other such fields under the topic of environment. He is also an active member in Marathi Vigyan Parishad and Garze Marathi Global, which is a private non-profit company registered in the US for Marathi entrepreneurs across the globe. Up next, we have Dr. Chinmay Chang from Ontario, Canada. She is the Quality Assurance Manager at Remova and a certified food safety and quality auditor. She has done her PhD in plant molecular biology from BARC. She is another member on an esteemed panel who has worked closely with EnviroCare Labs in 2017. From a sea of respected panel members, I would like to introduce another one of our patron members, Mr. Milind Kokje, the Chief Editor of Biospectrum India and Asia. the food spectrum, and agro spectrum. He has over 40 years of experience in journalism, has been involved in several research papers and the NGO sector, as well as the EGA Media Forum. Our introductions cannot come to an end without welcoming Dr. Smita Lele, an ex-emeritus professor in the Institute of Chemical Technology. She is a technologist with industrial, academic, and research experience of over 4 decades. She is a celebrity writer and speaker who has written many blogs and articles in Marathi and English on various social media platforms. Like Dr. Hemant Zogdekar, she is also an active member in Garze Marathi Global. I would now like to thank all the patron members for all the efforts that they have taken to make the 6th edition of EGA a success. Now, I will introduce our next keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Matthew Jose, the CEO of Paperman. He will be speaking on the SDG number 12, Waste Management by Recycling for Sustainability. Mr. Matthew Jose is an entrepreneur with 14 years of experience in India's waste management sector. He has done various projects, various programs, which has reached over 2 million Indians. Mr. Matthew envisions a world without landfills and is set on a mission to help accelerate the trash economy in India. He has also been featured in Forbes 30 under 30 annual list. Presenting to you, Mr. Matthew Jose.
Thank you, Arush. I think Matthew G has joined us. Hi, Matthew.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Yes, I will just share my screen.
Yes. We have now proceeded with our second keynote session for today. And the third keynote session would be focusing on SDG 13, while the second keynote session will be focusing on the SDG 12. Yeah.
Is my screen audible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nilesh and the team at EGA and labs. This has been a great honor to be here, and such a prestigious program. Learning over the last 1 month, 1.5 months, I think now, with interactions with your team, been learning a lot about your initiatives and how you're going about this. I think really well organized, and more such initiatives are required in this country. So firstly, I want to thank you all for taking the time out to be part of this program and taking note of this. Like Dr. Nilesh mentioned in his speech as well, it's high time. There's climate crisis. There are issues everywhere, and it's very important for people like us who are working in sustainable missions to come together and align and learn from each other and contribute to a cleaner and greener planet. So I'm honored to be here today to have this opportunity with you all. Like my previous speaker, wonderful work is being done in Australia, and it is great to hear that. And I very inspired to see how that kind of design thinking is happening. For us in India, my work has been in India, and today I want to present the context of where we are in India in terms of as an organization, what Paperman has been doing, and where as a country where we are today, and what are the few things that from my experience in the space that I believe could be a few solutions around the space, right? I will use a mix of videos and a little bit of nudges here and there, and I think we'll have a little open Q&A as well. So I'll keep it to about 6 to 7 slides per se as such. Yeah. So to give you a brief on Paperman, Paperman was started in 2010. We are one of the largest waste management organizations in South of India. We work with government, we work with FMCG brands, we work with schools, we work with a large number of stakeholders across. We have under Paperman, we have 3 different organizations. There's a foundation, there is a consultancy arm that we have. There's also a proper logistics arm that handle volume of handling waste as well. So over the last 12 years, we have diverted about over 1 lakh tons of plastic in itself away from landfills. We work with 100 plus urban local bodies in the South Indian states, and we have partnerships with recyclers. PWPFs are plastic waste processor facilities that are across southern states. We work with them as well over the period. To give you a brief how Paperman started, it was in 2010. I was about 21 when I started Paperman. I had no idea. The idea was that, there's something to do with waste management. Let me jump in, right? As a 21-year-old, you really don't have a strategic vision or a plan or insight or anything. And I see a lot of young people in that room over there, and I feel there is tremendous opportunity for you all to just jump in and do something at one point of life, right? So I was 21 when I started in 2010, and I jumped in with a simple idea. I went from school to school saying that 60 kg of paper saves 1 tree. How many trees is your school going to save? This was the idea with which Paperman started, right? And no other vision, plan, 5-year plan, 3-year plan, nothing. Just a simple idea that, there is 60 kg of paper recycled will save a tree. How many trees can save? And I went school to school. We took the program to about 200 plus schools. That's the start of Paperman. About 2012, I started working. Okay, I understood, realized the importance of the informal sector, the kabadiwalas we call in the space, and then started working with them. And I was fortunate to work with a few students from IIT Kharagpur to build a platform that helped to profile kabadiwalas in your local area. So we took that as a national project. We profiled about 5,000 plus kabadiwalas, and to create the highlight that they are key players, instrumental players in the waste management space. 2013, we had much large number of students being participated. 2014, we launched our doorstep recycling app. It was like a Uber for trash model, where you used to collect waste from your doorstep by a press of a button. We used to send the local kabadiwala to your house. And by about 2017, 2018, we set up our MRF, material recovery facilities, from where we were aggregating all the material that we were collecting and sending it for recycling. 2018 onwards, we have also been a very active player in the EPR space, extended producer responsibility space, helping over 20 plus FMCG brands, largest FMCG brands in the country, to offset their plastic packaging waste as per the norms of Central Pollution Control Board. So that's been a key work that we've been aligned with as well. I'm just going to put a small video here to help you, whatever I told, to just grip where it is today. So for everyone.
Matthew, sorry to cut you. We cannot hear the video. You will have to share sound via your Zoom while you're sharing. Then we can hear it.
Share it via? I'm sorry.
Before you share screen, there would be a checkbox that says share sound. You need to tick that.
Oh, okay.
You can
share sound. Okay.
Yeah, you can just stop sharing. Correct.
Okay.
Now, when you go to share screen, you'll have to tick mark the share sound box.
Got it. Is it audible now? Okay. So, that gives you a context. Sometimes a visual video helps to connect to the context of what we are talking in per se, right? From today, what is the situation, right? I can go into detail about all these places, things, and the top points over here. But I think I just want to take on a very large level due to lack of our time today, and cover these points per se as such. These are some of the 6 key points that I feel is for my 14 years of experience in the space, I feel very important that needs to be addressed as well in waste management. So today, our waste generated per annum is calculated to be about 62 million tons per annum. This could be much higher as well, but this is what the official stats say. And we have a very low recovery and recycling rates. And in many items like textiles, many items which is especially like e-waste or multiple areas with the informal sector in our country are not being able to handle. Our formal systems are not very sure how to handle it. So we have a very, very low recycling rate in our country. That is a challenging aspect. A good sign about our India's waste management system, which other countries don't have to boast, at least in developed countries don't have, is the informal sector of recycling. The informal sector of recycling handles about 20% of our city's waste, be it Mumbai, be it Chennai, be it Bangalore, be it any part of the country, any small cities, everything. The informal sector handles 20% of the waste without any cost to the city or the government, right? None of your tax payment. They found a way to sustain it and also create employment and economy and investing on it. But there's no proper data and formalization incentive for them. This is a very critical side now because the country is growing and a lot of times they are, their work is not appreciated. In fact, the local municipalities and police really, create trouble for them for the work that they do. And it is very important that we figure a way to design them into our cities, and that is very, very important. And I think over the next few years, I think it's going to be very critical on how we enable them than be obstruct them. The work that they're doing is helping our economy, is helping cleaning up our country, and it's the sole lifeline. I would say the main lifeline of recovery and collection in our country. So it's important that we understand that and create systems to support it. Third point, lack of proper collection and segregation designed with circularity in mind. We have multiple municipalities and urban local bodies are doing so many initiatives. There is no real national level framework that is binding the way that this needs to be done. There needs to be a clear understanding of what waste is. It's nothing but resource and that can be recovered, right? And it is very, very important to design it accordingly. The flow of the material, as the flow of the material to your house, the material is coming, it should also be there should be defined on how it should be taken back from your home as well. So there needs to be good amount of investment in this space, and a good framework is needed. Some cities are doing good jobs, but a lot of cities, about 95+% cities in the country, it does not even have a small towns, and it does not even have a proper system in place. We are doing something very haphazardly. I'm not saying nothing is happening, but a lot of things are just happening very haphazardly here and there without a clear circular concept in mind. And that is very, very essential, because every city's collection and segregation should be connected to proper recycling as well, and recovery. Contaminations of recyclables. This is something which happens at all our homes. We don't separate the waste. It is, even like in an apartment where there are 200 or 300 houses, and even if 250 houses do it and 40 houses don't do it, it still defeats the purpose. So there is a huge challenge in this across the country, where citizen awareness, I would say today awareness is a lot better, but enforcement is missing in a big way. Many developed countries, if your waste is contaminated, you're fined very heftily. In India, that fining system is still not come in place well. We have done that with our traffic and roadway systems and more. I think in waste management, that is very, very important to have proper fining that is enforced, because without that, for us to, as a country to really start segregating, you need those systems in place, because otherwise it's just too many things that we are doing without really enforcing it well. Connecting this back into the third point, this fifth point is very much aligned with that. Poor design and monitoring of recycling infrastructure. Recycling and recovery infrastructure is very, very critical when you plan collection and segregation. Both these go hand in hand. So if you are collecting material, at one point you have to send it. There is no infinite space to store material, right? Material has to flow into the next stage, which is recovery and recycling. So that infrastructure is very poorly designed in our country. There are a lot of small scale industries, small missing, but there's no real planning that is done around where this system should be. And wherever recycling does not have the economic incentive to do it, the government should come in and incentivize the process, because circularity is an essential activity, and that needs to be incentivized where there is no economic viability for the activity. A lot of work is happening now, especially in carbon credits and other areas around this, to improve the viability of recycling in plastic credit space as well. Lack of extended producer responsibility implementation. I think extended producer responsibility as a concept or as a policy has been very, very, very good in our country in terms of since 2016 to really bring in the corporate action in waste management. Paperman has been one of the key producer responsibility organizations or a waste management agency that's been working with multiple FMCGs. But it is very, very important that these programs should be built in association with urban local bodies, because that is where the waste gets generated, right? India's urban, like Mumbai is an urban local body, Mumbai City Corporation, or smaller even town panchayat or urban local bodies. So, it's very, very important that these programs should be worked in partnership with urban local bodies, because if the source collection and segregation of waste is not done, you are still going to have material ending up in landfills. Today, the policies are more aligned to what's happening in the recycling space, but there is no additionality there. What is being recycled earlier, the material that the kabadiwala is collecting and coming to the recycling industry is getting recycled, the same thing. There is no real additionality of waste that is coming into the space. So it's very, very important that extended producer responsibility should be developed in partnership with urban local bodies, and that is a very key change that needs to be seen as well. I'm just going to show you what a material recovery facility looks like. Many of you might not have a perspective of this, of how a circular material, like after collection from a home, how does the material flow in and how does that go into the recycling industry. So this is an infrastructure video of a material recovery facility. This is one of our facilities in Chennai. It's a 10,000 square feet facility that handles about 10 tons of plastic waste per day. Out of that, mostly a lot of PET bottles, the bottles that you use your Coke and Pepsi and all that. How we collect that is, you can see a video of that over here. Some of the solutions that needs to be thought through, and I think some of the solutions are already in practice, but more effort needs to be put into improve the waste management situation in our country. One is plastic waste to energy conversion. There is a point to which recycling can happen. Yes, with strengthened recovery and programs, but every day or every year, let me say 3.5 million tons of waste, plastic waste is getting dumped in, which is not recovered, right? And this has been adding up for the last so many years. We are a country that consumes a lot today. So it is also essential to understand today what needs to be done. Yes, there is something that we could do for 10 years down. We need to be thinking about it and building more recovery and recycling, but there is a very important issue at hand today itself. So I think in today's specific sense, because this waste is getting clogged in waterways, rivers, everywhere, in the landfills, it's very, very important that we need to be able to move this. The Indian cement industry is doing a lot of work in this. They're using plastic as a fuel for supplement for coal, and the incineration is supposedly being one of the RDF, they call it refuse derived fuel, one of the best ways in the country to actually offset plastic pollution. So we are in works with about 8+ cement industries down in South, and helping them to use RDF as a solution for their replacement for coal. And then this could be also a viable solution that is coming up in the market as well, where there could be an incentive for the urban local bodies to manage their waste properly. Second, EPR, extended producer responsibility, has been a great shot in the arm for waste management industry. Like I said, I've been working in the waste management industry since 2010. 2016, since the policies have come in forward, there's a whole drive that is also, and talent and expertise that is coming in from the corporate world into the waste management as well, which is really a big shot in the arm for organizations like ours. And it has really helped to structure a lot of uncollected waste across the country into recycling and recovery mechanisms. And the policy is still getting strengthened. There is always a change that's coming, but we see that over a period, the policy will be framed with the right stakeholders in mind. So that's something which the country has to keep working on. And the Central Pollution Control Board has done, and Ministry of Environment has done an incredible work so far. And we hope it continues to keep iterating and building on the program further. There needs to be more ideas around upcycling and creative reuse. See, again, recycling and recovery are methods through which, again, carbon is created. Haven't said anything, right? And today, with net zero in mind, we really have to start looking at effective ways to reuse a lot of our material, right? We should stop away from this whole thought process of, use and throw, because there is no away, right? We say throw away, but where is this away? Is there really an away? I think it's very, very important that we need to find a way to upcycle and reuse as much of things as we can in our homes, and we need to build that culture to our kids. And very from a small age, we should make them realize the importance of using things again and again. This is the cultural shift. I think we all, as organizations, we all design work culture like that. I think in home, having that culture of using material again and again has to be designed, and something which you all can take back to your homes. Biodegradable and compostable alternatives. There's a lot of work that's happening in this space as alternative to plastic, I think, but this is in a very early. A more investment is required in the space. In fact, I'm working on a project where we using seaweed as an alternative for in packaging, but more investment and more understanding of this has to be evolved. The industry is in a very nascent place, but I think over the next couple of decades is a great space to be working in. And as a lot of you in the rooms are scientists, and a lot of you can take up this as a key project and research, and this is much needed in the country currently. Deposit return scheme. This is a very good way in which in developed countries material is handled well. It's something like where when you buy a product from the market, like say you go to a supermarket and you buy a bottle of water, you pay 20 rupees for the bottle of water, right? If you are to also pay a 20 rupee deposit at the store through some mechanism that you pay 20 rupees more at the store, and you only get that 20 rupees if you return that bottle back. So that creates the incentive for us to make sure that we are returning this. This happens in Germany and other European countries in a large way, and it's been quite effective. I personally have seen homes where people have collected bottles in their in their homes. They have collected all the bottles that they've used for the last 1 month, so that next time they go to the supermarket, they can return it and get the cash back. Sometimes, in some cases, the deposit is much higher than the cost of the product in itself. So that creates a very good key thing as well. Decentralized take back schemes, these are very, very popular in especially from textiles or medical waste point of view. All medical shops, because if you look at it, have a lot of medicines that we get expired at home, and what do we do with it? These medicines that get expired, we throw it into the waste stream. It's mixed with something else, or mixed with the food waste or the plastic or whatever. It's mixed around. It's very important that medical shops and all encourage take back, decentralized take back schemes, wherein you keep these boxes there and people can put back those expired medicines in that. And even textiles, textile recycling in India is still in a very early stage. So a lot of textiles get wasted and thrown into landfills. Clothes or something, and clothes are also different items together. So if the manufacturer can figure a way to take it back, these are very, very important systems to follow as well. I know we only have 10 minutes before our break. So with that, I want all of us to envision a world without landfills. And I think it cannot happen with one organization or 1,000 organizations. It's about all of us working towards it. And it is very, very critical today that we all participate in this together. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Thank you so much. I really could make a few notes while you were delivering your session, and you have almost left the whole room with smiles. And also the way you spoke, that jump in, do something. So you have actually inspired us to take action. Thank you. I know you like to be known best as a paperman, as an organization, but Paperman is actually acting as a superman for all of us. And compliments from the entire EGA team to the entire team of yours. Please convey our best greetings to them. Also, the other part that you touched upon is the culture and the discipline. I think that's very, very important. Thank you for bringing that up. Also, I put it to the audience without taking much of your time and also my time. Any questions quickly? Vijay? Also, there's a question from one of our audience and the guest here, who plays almost 4 hats for us: the jury member, the partner, the guest, the speaker of Amodji. Yeah, Vijayji, I'll pass the stage to you before I'll request Amodji to please ask the question. You may have to come here. Matthew may be not able to.
Yeah, hi Matthewji. Is it audible to you?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, fantastic work. So a couple of things I want to ask. It might be useful to the audience as well. Like, I was going through your video, and what I understood is most of your work that is happening is related to the PET bottles. What I want to know is whether you are collecting, means whatever collection that you are doing, out of that, how much percent is that you are collecting based on this paper or paper related things. And if it is there, then out of that, are you making any sort of tray kind of boxes which can be used, like food grade tray kind of boxes, which can be used for the eggs? That is first question. If you can quickly answer, I will ask a few of the other questions as well.
Sure. No, actually, honestly speaking, the name Paperman for our organization came when I started. I told I used to go from school to school collecting paper, and so one time, 3-4 months into collecting paper, once I went to a school, this child, fourth standard kid, he looked at me and he said, "Oh, that's a paperman coming," right? And that's how the name Paperman came in. And in the initial days, we used to do a lot of paperwork, paper collection and recycling. In See what happened after 2018, what we realized is paper has already a proper system in the informal sector for collection and aggregation, right? It's a very well defined system. And where we have a challenge in paper loss is in the household level, where it is not segregated, where it's mixed with other, like you use it to cover material or something, and you lose the paper value there, right?
Yes.
So there was very little work and scope for us in terms of running a recovery facility or in the paper space. We do a bit where there is large scale paper that's involved. We have a trading arm where we buy and sell paper, which is as a newsprint, as a resource for large companies which need it as a recycling material, right, for the newsprint. So that we do, but from a grassroots level, we are not doing paper today. And what you said, absolutely right. In our material recovery facility, we focus very highly. About 85% of our material is PET bottles. And why that is because material recovery facilities in the country, you can only see every material is an economy of its own, right? For example, every business, right? There's a tendency for us when we say waste management, we think about the whole materials around waste management, right? So if you look at it, it is a million in businesses that is contributing to that waste. Like every company has a product of its own, and they all bring in that product. So you can't see waste management also as a single thing. In waste management, I think Paperman's work would be around 0.2 to 0.1% of the entire space as such, because there's so many, like hazardous waste handling is a whole different space. Different types of waste handling is there. So where as a private organization where profits are also critical, we focus on channels where there is a clear buyer, and then we work like this thing.
Yeah, so I will just cut you in between when you just said that you are that looking for that buyer as well. So the question which I asked, that has some sort of commercial perspective as well. Like when we are working in the industry, what we came to know that like much of the paperwork is, or paper related things has not been collected yet. If it is collected, then it is not processed properly. Having said that, why I'm raising this question even at this platform, like there are much of the non-veg products or non-veg industry which is working, they require lot much of those trays, and they are looking for such sort of facilities. They are ready to pay as well, but they are not getting that support. I worked on that part for quite long time and failed to get required number of those tray or related things. So this is one thing. So in case if you can do something, of course, I will connect with you later personally. Some immediate second question, I will not take much of the time of yours and the audience. Like you were mentioning something related to the seaweed. And I believe you, based on the Tamil Nadu coast as well, you might be getting Kappa ficus alvarazi on a large scale. So any of the things like from seaweed, whoever has made that particularly some sort of packaging material, the cost is very high. So whether you have any idea, like you mentioned something, but you didn't roll it out in some detailed manner. So the question which I would like to ask, whether it is commercially feasible, at least in next couple of years, as per your opinion, in India. I'm not talking about the whole world. I'm asking about the India straight away. Yeah.
So today it's only feasible with export market. Let's be very open, as in we are not getting good enough buyers in the country. And we are also, as I said, very, very early stages in that space. I think there is a good amount of infrastructure requirement that is requiring there to make sure that the quality also remain well. But as of today, I feel yes, like I said in my talk as well, more research and investments are required in that area. So we are all not sure, because it's even for us to like go ahead and put a lot of money into it, it's a huge risk, right?
Right.
Yeah, we haven't started making money with it for sure. We're
No,
still
that I can understand fully,
Yeah.
because CAFT also is working a lot, particularly on that part, and they come out
Yeah.
with those sort of packaging material as well. But if you
Yeah.
go on the cost wise for the buying, it is on a much higher level.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I will connect with you for that part later. Thanks a lot, and
It will be
congratulations again.
lovely.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you. I believe there are a few students who have joined us today. So one of the student would like to ask you a question. So I'll request you to please come.
Hello, sir. It
Yeah.
was a very fascinating talk, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'm very passionate about environment, and I do many activities to inculcate or better the environment. So, I had just one question, that you've done all such work, and it's very fascinating to me. So, is there a center, or are you planning to set up one center in Mumbai?
I hope. Why don't you set up a center in Mumbai? I will tell you all about it. Yeah, as in it's a very let me say, waste management is a very geographically based business, and it's very critical that there is a lot of resources that's put into that particular area. And yeah, like I said, we are right now working on a module to really get our learnings that we have had in the last 14 years into some educational content, and we want to see if we could help educate you all, and people who want to start in that area, and also provide some bit of funding, as we understand what are the challenges in the space. Like I said, I was how old are you?
Sir, I'm right now 22 years,
22.
21 years.
Yeah, I was about the same when I started, right? And I always used to wish, I always used to wish if there was somebody to guide, tell me how to do it, and everything. Like I remember the first time I had to create an invoice, I had no idea how to put an invoice, right? Every part of it is a challenge. And when I was 21, I used to think I'll solve India's waste management in 2 to 3 years. That's what I thought when I got into it, right? But then now I'm 35 and I still understand how far away I am. Every year I learn how far away I am from this whole thing. So it is not about, I think, individual. I think you want to start it, you should jump into it and start doing something. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. It's a very tough journey. But at one point of time, things will come into place, and we want to really build an ecosystem, and that's something which right now I'm taking a bit of a process to realize how to do it. But yeah, to help entrepreneurs or youngsters like you to get started in the space, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, Matthew, Dr. Nilesh would also like to share his thoughts, but I feel if you could come here, share your vision behind creating EGA is actually living by.
So, hi, Matthew.
Thank you.
So nice to see you.
Yeah,
Matthew happens to be my classmate at Stanford. We are doing a course together at Stanford Graduate Business School. And thank you, Matthew, for honoring my request to come and talk at EGA. Personal thanks. Today we have realized that the EGA that we had started with a very basic objective of networking out people. I assure you, my dear student, I don't know your name. You are from which college? Khalsa College, and your name? Siddharth. Siddharth from Khalsa College. It's in Matunga, Mumbai. I think we have, as entrepreneurs also, we always like to see people growing and encourage new entrepreneurs coming into the picture. And you are actually 1 year elder to Matthew. You are senior to Matthew. Matthew was 21 when he started this business, and today he is one of a very big company. And I think you should also be taking up that. And whatever help you would require in becoming an entrepreneur, I assure you that EGA, me personally as Nilesh Amritkar and Matthew Jose, on his behalf, I am telling you, we all will help you to see you achieve your realize your dream. Thank you. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Nilesh. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll request you if you could be with us throughout the session, also for the award ceremony.
Absolutely. We'll be around. Thank you.
Here we go to the next element for our today's day, where I welcome Ms. Femi Shah to introduce our advisory members. Ms. Femi has been working for EGA and has brought with her a burst of creativity and young energy. She's currently pursuing her bachelor's in journalism and mass communication from Samaya University. I extend her this opportunity to introduce our advisory board. Welcome, Femi. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you, Deenal, for the sweet introduction. To commence with the introductions, I would love to begin with Dr. Preeti Amritkar, Director at EnviroCare Labs. She has pursued her PhD in chemical technology from the University of Mumbai. She is a remarkable woman whose expertise and guidance have shaped and inspired countless individuals. Our next member is Mr. Ganesh Shetgaonkar, ex-chairman of Goa Pollution Control Board and present Deputy General Manager at Excel Crop Care Limited. He was also the laboratory manager at SGS India Limited. He has helped in preserving the natural beauty and green serenity of Goa state. So thank you, sir, for making Goa so beautiful. We also have Mr. M.M. Kulkarni, environment consultant at AIM Enviro, chartered engineer and environment enthusiast. He has over 15 years of industrial experience in reputed industrial organizations and has been working as a consultant for over 22 years. He has been a part of EGA since the beginning, and he was one of the first speakers during the first edition of EGA in 2018. He has also helped in developing this initiative of EGA. Next up is Ms. Karin Haynes. Ms. Karin Haynes, founder of Bean Organic from Germany. She was a freelance specialist journalist for the international organic and natural cosmetics market, an author and international reporter. She has immense knowledge, market expertise, and vast networks in her field. I would also like to welcome Dr. Pradeep Sarmokadam, Member Secretary of the Goa State Biodiversity Board. He was the director at Leela Digital and Environmental Solutions Private Limited. He is a PGDEE in Environmental Engineering from Goa University. His skills expand into waste management, environmental impact assessment, wastewater treatment, and much more. I would also like to introduce another member on our panel, Dr. Prabodh Halde, Head Regulatory at Marico Limited and past president of AFSTI and Chairman of All India Food Processing Association, Western Region. Apart from being an author and leader, he becomes a friend and a mentor to almost everyone he meets. With this, I would like to thank all the advisory board members. Now, I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Avinash Dulip, Environment Consultant at India-Africa Forum. Dr. Avinash has a rich experience as a petroleum regulator. He has drafted technical regulations and one rules worked in public as well as private sector corporations like ONGC, RIL funding institutions such as World Bank, ADB, and European banks. Please welcome Mr. Avinash Dulip.
Thank you, Femi. Avinash ji?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Thank you for being
audible.
here. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Could you help me with the slides? Possibly you can look at it that way. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. It's been a very pleasant last 2 hours. I've had an amazing time talking and listening to the keynote speakers earlier on, especially Mr. Shekton from Melbourne. It's a great concept of grain planning. In a city, it's a very complicated field, but the way you put it across makes it look very ideal. And I'm sure it has enlightened a lot of us. I've also heard about Paperman, Never seen him, but I'm so happy to have met him in this particular forum and personally hear his story and his great achievements. Mr. Matthew, I'm really pleased. I must also say that I'm privileged at this point to associate with EnviroCare. I actually heard about EnviroCare 20 years ago, and when Dr. Nilesh was still working around. And since then, on and off, we've been together. So I want to personally thank Dr. Nilesh for giving me this opportunity today in particular, and also congratulate the EGA team. They've done a fabulous job in the last 1 month. I should say it's not an easy task to organize entries, participants, delegates, evaluation, and the support that you give to all the members. I must say that that has been a great work by all of you. I've also been given this very important topic, which is like climate change and corporate governance. And it's a great challenge for the industry in particular. For those stalwarts who have been in the industry for the last 25 years would know the journey that the corporates have taken over the years. I'm going to spend a few, 2 or 3 slides, basically recapping discussions about climate change over a period of 30 years, but just to give you a brief, and then look at how corporate governance has also evolved with time. And I'm sure a lot of you who have implemented sustainability reporting and the likes would appreciate the hard work that the industry has done over a period of time. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, that's the next one. So some of the areas that I would like to be covering today is not particularly new, but there are areas that have to be in focus. I'll be looking at the urgency of climate change, which I'm sure we've been looking around, especially with the floods that we've had in the north, the collapse of a couple of bridges over some rivers across India, which has been very, not very good to feel. I'll also give an overview of the UNFCCC, the relationship with Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement in a brief. Look at how the 17 Sustainable Development Goals assist us in trying to look at climate change and climate risk per se, and what the industry has done over the last 30 years. I'll try to recap getting into world-class management systems. Understand most corporates will comply with regulations, which is not a very big difficult task. It's maintaining world-class management systems that is very critical for them. And that is some areas that I will share. Then we're going to dive into deeper areas a little bit briefly. But before I start the real discussion today, there are a few things that I would like us to understand. Climate change is a nice word. We keep hearing it every day. But let's understand that it's now understood in the scientific community that climate change is primarily driven by human activities, particularly by burning fossil fuels and the release of greenhouse gases. So this phenomena has come to stay, and there have been a lot of discussions and reports on this particular aspect. The issue now is there's an accelerating impact of climate change that are becoming more evident and severe around the globe. And like Dr. Nilesh was discussing some of the examples that he gave earlier in his speech, we can recall floods across Afghanistan, of course, Mongolia, forest fires, extreme temperatures and stuff like that. At this point, the people representing many nations at the United Nations feel that we've reached a tipping point and there is a need to check greenhouse gas emissions and try to restrict them. So there is this important phenomena that we are looking at. We are also finding that there is not enough time. If you look at some of the islands that we have in the Pacific, we hear news that they might go underwater just because the oceans are rising and probably the ice caps are melting. So we have very limited time for mitigation. Something like 20 years, 30 years, 50 years is a very short time frame for us to look at mitigation measures. So there is an urgency. And when you hear developed countries talking about net zero by 2030, energy transition, understand that they are also on a very aggressive step. Developing countries like India, China, and other African countries are also not sleeping. They're also taking very big strides and changing their approach towards helping how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions to a very larger extent. Can I have the next slide? This is just a simple overview of what happened. The discussion of climate change, greenhouse gases is over 100 years old. And at that point in time, people only discussed it. There was no understanding. Then came the 1930s when we started looking at some data, some evidences that yes, something is happening. Fossil fuels have been burned. There is some change, and like there is something happening because of human activity on climate. But still, not much was happening. It was sometime in 1992 that we had the Rio Earth Summit, where 197 representatives from different countries came in and had a discussion, a very solid discussion on this fact that human activity is definitely changing climate and it's going to affect everybody. And then they came out with a concept or a framework called the United Nations Framework on Convention of Climate Change. And out of this convention, then came in many other protocols. So post this, we have the Kyoto Protocol that came in 1997, and it had many aspects in it that were very significant, and many countries were reducing emissions. Some countries were giving a voluntary reduction, stuff like that. From the year 2000 to 2006, again, there was a lot of push on reducing greenhouse gases. We had the United Nations Global Compact or global reporting initiatives that took off, which we still use today for ESG and stuff like that. We had carbon disclosure projects. We had socially responsible investing, and then principles of responsible investing. So a lot of things triggered off in the last 10 years across the globe, just looking at this urgency of climate change. And then came in December 2015, we had representatives of the world meet in Paris, which we came to an agreement called the Paris Agreement, wherein at this point, the mandate was very simple. We need to limit global warming by at least 2 degrees centigrade, and even if better, by 1.5 degrees, by 2050. If we don't do that, we're going to have a catastrophe and stuff like that. So keeping this in mind, the Paris Agreement, every individual country that signed got NDCs associated with the Paris Agreement, which is basically a commitment that they're going to cut greenhouse gases or become net zero by 2050 or 2060 or by 2030. And India is a party to this. Can I have the next slide, please? Climate change is a very complicated subject. I use the word subject. The reason is because it's multifaceted. It encompasses various scientific studies, encompasses social impacts, economic and political dimensions. And please understand it's as complicated as that. So understanding its impacts, risk, and mitigation strategies require a whole lot of expertise, a whole lot of coordination, a whole lot of collaboration among very different and very diverse interest groups, as well as disciplines. In this scenario, corporations, industry has to navigate this complexity and also drive strategies to have ways and means of controlling their emissions. Understand it's not an easy task. However, in this complexity and uncertainty, the industry has done a lot of work, which I'll try to expose, but keep in the back of your mind that the corporations also need to understand that in the climate change scenario, they need to look at their long-term orientations and their short-term pressures, balancing their financial goals, and also looking at how corporate governance practices will prioritize the quarterly financial reports because they are answerable to shareholders and investors. So some of these issues can also hinder some of the climate mitigation and adaptation measures okay, which may which may take a longer time to have benefits, but they have to keep this in the back. They also have to keep in mind resource constraints. So while implementing sustainability initiatives such as renewable energy adaptation or supply chain transformation that requires significant financial and human and technological resources, they need to look at finance from all sorts of allocations. And if you look at what is happening in resource constraints, we will realize that in India, we have this massive opportunity to go solar, to have alternative energy. But let us understand, solar panels and batteries are almost largely produced in China. And we may not really be having something that we make in India, except building things or assembling things. So there are so many challenges that we get into when we look at resource constraint. I was in Melbourne a few months ago, and there was this big discussion at the political level on ESGs, where they were indicating that what should Australia do, or what are the challenges Australia has for ESG vis-a-vis their net zero 2030 targets. And they realized that America has the ability to subsidize alternative and renewable energy to a massive extent, which means the cost of producing those renewable energies in America would be substantially lower. And therefore, would they be able to protect production in Australia and stuff like that? So there were a lot of discussions on that. It affects individual corporations and companies because the cost factor is very important when they go for energy transition. There is a big debate between energy transition and carbon offset, all right? And the debate is good, it's bad, but there's a lot of good things happening both ways. The other thing that is happening in this complexity of climate change is the awareness of stakeholder engagement and alignment is increasing day by day. The stakeholders are now forcing companies and corporations to believe that they need to do something on climate. However, the stakeholders come from a very diverse view, and they may have very different levels of climate awareness. So some could be as simple as looking for jobs. Some could be genuinely looking at net carbon or alternative fossil fuel motives. There is also this issue of transitional risk and technological changes that takes place all the time. So for industries that are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, such as energy, transportation, and manufacturing, will face a lot of difficulty when they go into decarbonizing their operations and the supply chain. We're looking in India as a substitute for hydrogen without really understanding what hydrogen is. Using hydrogen fuel also imposes a lot of water requirements. What kind of water requirements are we talking about? What kind of technologies do we really have? So this transitional risk and technological challenges will remain with the corporations. So understand, India does want to go for decarbonization in a massive way. There's a big project. Corporations want to participate, but in view of transitional risk from fossil fuels to newer type of cleaner technologies to decarbonizing, they would face technological challenges. IP, patent, patent rights, how much information will be given or shared, and stuff like that. So that is one area that we need to see. The other thing in the complexity is also the supply chain issues that we will see. And that is very, very critical, especially when you look at sourcing from countries like China. And though the world is saying that India should be a manufacturing hub, it's going to take time. So those challenges will be there for a long, long time when you look at decarbonization. Regulatory and policy framework. Well, India is lucky, and I should say we are very lucky because we are aggressive. We are changing rules and regulations, or rather enhancing rules and regulations to enable decarbonization. I think recently we passed the green bonds or the green credits, okay, which is a very great forward step. We've also had massive plans on using hydrogen and alternative energy and clean energy in a massive way. So policies do play a critical role. You see the evidence of electric vehicles or batteries now in India. It's phenomenal. We only need to understand that at the end of the pipe, which means when the life of the battery is over or when the life of the solar panel is over, what happens? So the regulatory framework there is going to be very critical, okay, which will also affect the corporates. Over a period of time, measurements and reporting of greenhouse gases have improved. So there are better ways and better techniques that have occurred over time, and they're very good and progressive. Can I have the next slide, please? Just to recap, keeping this in the back of our minds, we all are aligned to the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. But we need to understand that these goals are nothing but a call for actions by all countries, whether they are rich countries, poor countries, or medium-income countries. The whole idea of these SDG goals is to promote prosperity and protect the planet. And out of the 17 goals, the number 13, which is climate action, calls to combat climate change and its impacts. But in all, all the goals influence climate change and vice versa. So if you look at some little progress on, say, climate action without accelerating achievement of goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy, we will realize that we may not be able to achieve goal 13, which is climate action. So transition or energy transition is very critical here. Goal 12, which is responsible consumption and production. This is another very critical area. With the amount of population that the world is envisaging and we're looking at prosperity. This concept of goal 13 on responsible consumption and production, it's not only related to the industry or the corporates, it's also related to people. And we need to understand this part of it. If you look at climate solutions that can support these goals, such as through a transition to a renewable energy, which is centered on providing decent work, or the focus of, say, goal number 8, which is decent work and economics, we will see that it's also necessary that we need to go through that. We also need to look at developing resilient infrastructure under goal 9. Without industry, innovation, and infrastructure, we may not be able to achieve climate action. So the whole idea of having the United Nations sustainable goals is to see that we are able to prosper and also protect the planet itself. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So for all the stalwarts who are in this particular August gathering, I must say that you all know the industry has taken strides and hard work over the last 30 years or 40 years to go through this process of moving in from what we call crisis management to a center of certainty, excellence, and sustainability. It has taken a whole lot of time. And how we have done that is basically by not only complying to the laws and regulations, but going beyond compliance or regulations to responsible care, where every corporation is responsible to take care of its products, to see that it doesn't endanger society, communities, and is not hazardous to people, and also protect the environment. The industry has also been using its own standards, whether they are ASTM, ANSA, NFPA, EPA, and there are several other standards. The reason I wrote these standards here is to say that the corporates also look at standards, and these standards guide them in their design, in making them flawless, making them high quality and stuff like that. The industry also complies with international standards, be it ISO 14001, be it ISO 9000 for quality, be it an integrated QHSE system, be it energy management systems, be it risk management, safety case, whatever it is. The industry is always having resources and endeavor to do that because they want to be world-class systems, Imagine a company working in multiple locations across different geographies and in different countries. It's difficult for them to monitor every regulation. I've had the privilege to work in 20 regulations or 20 countries with different regulations. And it's very difficult to, some countries are over-regulated, some countries are under-regulated, some countries have no regulation at all. And you as a corporate have to ensure that you have this this world-class management that gives you superiority beyond compliance to do better things. Apart from this, we also have voluntary codes and standards, which is something that the law doesn't enforce you to do. However, investors may voluntarily ask you to ensure that you have GRI or Global Reporting Initiative or Sustainability Reporting or CSR. Now, CSR in India is a very big venture. And I should say it's a very great approach of companies to participate. Today, we have ESG now almost mandated in a lot of companies. And even those that are not mandated are voluntarily trying to do that. And I think it's a great thing to understand what their ESG profile is. I wouldn't say rating, just their profile. It's a good endeavor. The 70 participants that participated in this particular activity, should say that each one had a great endeavor on ESG. And some companies have done extremely well because they had the resources, but the individuals that had done whatever they've done also done it with a lot of passion. And I'm very surprised with the kind of passion that they've had. So I'm keeping this perspective in the back of your mind that the industry over the decades have grown, have accelerated in terms of management systems, have perfected and dovetailed some of the best practices the world has. We've done voluntary standards that are much better than prescriptive legal requirements and stuff like that. I want you to keep this in mind because the industry doesn't sleep. It's dynamic, it moves, and we're always willing to do the best. The issue is the policymakers are lagging. The policymakers don't have competence in some cases. In some cases, they don't have the infrastructure. In some cases, they don't have domain knowledge. So they have challenges there. The industry overcomes a lot of all that, honestly, and I find a lot of endeavor when they do that. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So keeping this in the back of our mind and seeing what the industry has done over the last 30, 40 years, the issue of climate change and corporate governance is such that if you look at it, the word corporate governance basically refers to a system of rules, practices, and processes by which a company is directly controlled and managed. And if you looked at my previous slide where I talked about world-class management systems, they have ISO 14000, they have integrated QHSS systems, they adhere to, industry standards. These are the processes that they keep in their system, in their companies to run well. And that's how corporate governance works. It's not necessarily checking how they manage their system, but rather seeing that the processes are in place to check whether what they want to do is being attained, whether it's measurable, and whether there's a feedback to have a corrective action. It has also gone beyond that and also encompasses the relationship between various stakeholders. Stakeholders are no more sideliners. They are part of the mainstream now in businesses. So you have shareholders, the management, the board of directors, the employers, even the community, the host community. All these parties are affected by company activities. So corporate governance is a complex subject, and it's an area that corporates have understood over the period of 30 years and 40 years, and have perfected it. I should use that to the extent that they have processes and systems in place. Now, this same corporate is put into a flux of climate risk. All right. So climate risk, on the other hand, refers to a potential negative impact like extreme climate or extreme temperature. Look at policy changes, look at floods, look at scarcity of resources. Scarcity of resources, just to recall, recently we've had COVID pandemic, and at that point in time, the supply chain was totally disrupted. Shipping was disrupted. You can imagine, just because of climate risk, which in this case is a pandemic, not necessarily flood or a massive weather pattern that is changing, but it's one of those climate risks that we talk about, does affect the operation, the profitability, and the long-term sustainability of the company. So the company in its corporate governance has to factor in these risk factors and also look at it from how they want to look, how they want to manage it in a peculiar way. So there are some actions that the company or the corporate governance takes, okay? And they are things like board of directors are more responsible now for overviewing the company's strategy, the risk management, and sustainability performance, including climate-related risk. Now, climate-related risk here, please understand, is not simple words. If you have a factory or an industry that is flooded, your insurance premium is going to go high. You're going to disrupt production. You know, you don't know when you're going to restart your facilities, right? So you need to understand that these are risks that the board of directors have to always consider all the time. They can't be sitting there only on profit and loss statements. The profit and loss is very old. They have to do profit and loss for sure. But they also look at the risk now in terms of climate risk and consider other actions. It also involves looking at how the company's business model will work, the supply chain, the products, and how it's going to position itself in the market, how it's going to engage stakeholders, investors in particular, employees. Now, employees are becoming wiser, becoming more knowledgeable. They're able to understand what is called work balance life, all right? So just an example. And they want to have enough time at home. They want to have good time at work. So the companies have to understand that the employer requirements are also changing. You know, so you need to keep that in mind. The communities in which the corporations operate, honestly, also are becoming wiser and more aggressive in demands. Some demands are phenomenal. You will be surprised to note the demands of some communities without understanding the requirements of the industry would say anything they want. There is a new area in corporate governance which is called communication. Communication, transparency, and climate-related risk or actions have to be maintained in a very positive relationship. We need to keep communicating and talking to all parties involved all the time. And this is a task, and it's not an easy task. It's not a crisis. It's not like there is a fire in a factory. This is a climate risk that can affect not only you, but also your surrounding communities. I remember a few years ago, Reliance in Bhavnagar had a flood. And I think that section of Gujarat was under flood. And I think Reliance was, as a corporate body, decided to service the community by giving fresh water and some kind of, things that the community would need, which was a great endeavor because they had the resources to do it. So constant relationship with stakeholders and communities ever increasing all the time now. Reporting and disclosures is also becoming part of governance practice. And this is becoming more and more important and very critical. Today, you see ESG as a requirement. So corporate governance and climate risk are, I wouldn't say interdependent, but they are now together, and corporations are looking at it in a very aggressive manner. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Investor perspective. Yeah, the next one. Sorry. Yeah. Investor perspective on climate change. This is also changing. There is a growing influence of investors in driving corporate action on climate change. There's an importance of ESG right now in investment decision making. Institutional investors incorporate climate considerations into their investment strategies. To give an example here, the pension fund has to be invested in an equity or a company. They would be more interested to understand whether that company has better or, well, they have good environment, social and governance issues, rather than investing it in a risky company. So fund managers, whether they're pension fund managers or whatever funds they may be, they look at investment from a very critical point now. There are some examples of BlackRock. See, BlackRock, which is the largest asset manager in the world, it has committed to sustainable investing. So wherever they put in their money, they ensure that the companies have sustainable investment. They look at some triggers, they look at some standards, they look at some ratings, they look at all sorts of data. And then they decide whether they want to put money in Exxon, or they want to put money in Apple, or they want to put money in Boeing. So right now, they've done that. Now, ExxonMobil is another example where there was shareholders' pressure. And I think in 2017, the shareholders successfully passed a resolution that ExxonMobil needs to assess and disclose potential impact of climate change policies on its business. This example highlights how shareholders can leverage their influence to promote better governance practices and climate risk disclosures within corporations. There's also legal actions held against carbon measures. This is an example that I give here. In recent years, various lawsuits have been filed against many fossil fuel companies such as Chevron, ExxonMobil, and British Petroleum, alleging that they have failed to adequately disclose climate risk to investors. These lawsuits highlight the growing legal risk faced by corporations and do not properly access or disclose climate-related risk and impact. So investors' perspective to climate change and climate risk is also changing. Corporations and corporate governance needs to understand and also take this into account. Next slide. So with this pressure of shareholders, investors, corporate governance, and climate risk coming into place, companies want to have climate-related disclosure and reporting. And for some reason, there are several standards and there are several methodologies of reporting. However, it appears the world is now trying to understand that they can synchronize and standardize. And I feel what is really happening worldwide is they're looking at frameworks and initiatives such as the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and their role in promoting climate disclosures. So I feel that this particular framework would be accepted globally, and there are some companies already doing this. The Unilever, Bank of America, Microsoft have embraced this particular disclosure reporting recommendations in their reporting practices. And this will keep changing, or rather increasing with time. Can I have a next slide? There are some examples about best practices and case studies that demonstrate how effective climate strategies are demonstrated and how they have demonstrated corporate governance. There are successful initiatives such as renewable energy adaptation, supply chain sustainability, and circular economy practices. These have also had positive impacts on the initiatives, both in the environment, the community, and long-term business resilience. There are two examples I have in mind. One is the Tesla impact on the automotive industry. I want us to take a minute to understand what it really means. In the age of climate crisis, in the age of corporate governance requirements, in the age of climate risk that is there all the time, we find that Tesla has changed the approach towards automobile industry. So they have disrupted the traditional automobile industry. They have successfully promoted electric cars and sustainable transportation, which has brought in many more technologies, whether we call it drones, we call it battery operated vehicles, or we call it scooters, or we call it skateboards, whatever method it is. Tesla, because of their innovation and electric vehicles, have brought in a whole new concept of sustainable transportation and mobility. And this has disrupted the old ways of doing things. We also have Tesla's commitment to transparency, including their public disclosure of patents, which is very unique, and in the participation in the TCFD framework. Another example is Walmart's project Gigaton on sustainability. This is amazing and fabulous. What Walmart has done is they've said that they will try to reduce 1 gigaton of greenhouse gas emissions from its global supply chain, which means they're going to engage their suppliers to set ambitious emission reduction targets, which is basically scope 3, of most of these greenhouse gases that we talked about, and promote sustainable practices. Illustrate positive impacts of Walmart's initiative, also reducing emissions, cost savings, and improve supplier relationships. Can I have the next slide? The next slide is probably my last slide, and the corporates also go through a lot of collaboration. We have industry associations, we have industry associations and forums where we discuss. There are a lot of conferences. What happens is this collaboration is very important because you need to have corporations, governments, civil society, academics to come and discuss climate change, come and discuss effects of climate risk. And we need to collaborate on finding better and innovative methods of doing things. So there are benefits of forming partnerships and engaging in collective action to achieve meaningful and scalable solutions. One example, I'm sure there are several examples in the world, is something we call the RE100 initiative, which is basically a collaborative effort among influential companies committed to sourcing 100% renewable electricity. And companies like Google, Apple, and IKEA have made significant progress in transition to renewable energy, which means they're cutting off total fossil fuels and having net zero by going into renewable energy, and they're doing it collaboratively and in partnership. This initiative demonstrates the power of collaboration in driving corporate climate action and the benefit of corporate renewable energy procurement. It's critical that in India and in many countries, we need to look at partnership and collaboration, especially when we look at climate solutions and climate adaptations. With this, I probably come to the last slide. Can I have the last one? And just to give you a recap of what we've gone through, I'm sure there are several other topics like energy transition, carbon offsets, and many other areas, hydrogen and new fuels and new technology that we keep talking. Corporate governance and the risk associated, there's a lot of work being done, and that's what I try to disclose with you. With this view, I would like to thank everyone out there for patiently hearing me, and I wish all of you all the best. Thank you so much.
Avinash ji, my mic was on mute, but there was a huge round of applause in the room for you. I would request all of you to hear it once again for Avinash ji.
Thank you so much.
Before we touch upon the topic or the keynote addressed by you, I would like to thank you from the entire team of EnviroCare Green Awards. The keynote session was scheduled in the name of Dr. Arvind, who was going to touch on the same topic. But due to an emergency, Dr. Arvind could not make it, and Avinash ji accepted a request in less than 24 hours. And it was not even 24 hours to the session, and he actually started working on the topic. He was kind enough to also say, do not change the topic, do not change the SDG, because we have already conveyed it to our EGA audience. And that was really kind of you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
While we come to the topic, thank you for addressing all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and emphasizing especially on the 13th goal. Also, the topics that you brought in your entire presentation, the work-life balance, communication, transparency, we need to communicate a lot. I think you hit the nail. I'll put it to the audience for the questions. Yes. Any questions in the chat box? The jury patron members, do we have any questions?
I think
Ramaji, over to you.
Sorry, I was just actually sharing my views. That's all it is. Not many specific questions. Like just a quick question, Mr. Dilip. Like, what is the focus on the ESG?
The focus. Well, from what I understand, is driven by financial institutions,
yes,
pension funds, to see that their money is safely used in reference to ESG code of conduct. I mean, that's the way I look at it. However, I have my own reservations on the concept because I am more ecological, ecosystem friendly, biodiversity inclined, and I feel there's very little been done on those two areas, but that's the answer I have.
Thank you so much. These conversations will continue because there is a huge void and gap between the financial and non-financial regulations. Thank you so much. I agree with you. That's what we are all trying to build, a connect between these two. These are the conversations we are having in the country now at the moment. Thank you so much. Very insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience would like to ask Avinash ji questions?
I don't want to ask, but I just want to give the feedback. This is a great presentation, and after long time, real constructive EHG presentation and on the green initiatives. And really thankful to you, sir. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash ji. I'll request you to please stay with us for the award ceremony. We will be starting right after the break. We have a break for 5 minutes now, starting from 5 o'clock till 5:05. I request everybody to please join back. Everybody over the Zoom as well as in the room, please join us back in the next 5 minutes. Avinash ji, thank you once again.
Thank you.
Really honored to have you.
Hello. 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 Hello.
स्पीकर इसमें कनेक्ट करना
नहीं उसमें कनेक्ट नहीं होगा। माइक बंद रहेगा, माइक बंद रहेगा ना, इसमें स्पीकर चालू रहेगा इसमें। अभी सिर्फ वीडियो को वॉइस दिया गया।
Applicants to please put your mics on mute, please. Yes. Now we are moving to the extremely excited segment of today's evening, and everybody at EnviroCare Green Awards office as well. We are very excited for this part. Before I take you through the entire awards ceremony that has been defined in 5 categories, we have not received any applications this year from the government category. Just a minute. allow us some time to take care of this technical glitch, please. Better. Can you hear me? Can the audience hear me? If anybody could give us a go
Yes.
ahead, please.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you, ma'am.
yes.
We're extremely sorry about the technical glitch. We will be now moving towards the awards ceremony. We will be starting with the special citation followed with the winner. We will be first displaying the nominations in the particular category, and then we will be proceeding with the awards. Before we actually do that, I would like to before we proceed to our first category, I would like to ask our jury patron members a few questions, and then we will be concluding right on time. So, Benedict, are you there with us? Is Benedict around us?
He is there, but I think.
Yes, I'm here. I can.
Hi, Benedict.
Hello, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, Benedict, I believe academia is something of your keen interest. So I wanted to ask you a question on that front. I'm sure you agree that education and awareness programs are effective, but awareness programs are effective in encouraging sustainable behaviors. Just would like to know your thoughts.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the question. Before I answer, I want to congratulate everyone for a successful organization of EGA 2023. I want to specifically thank all these keynote speakers that they did very well, excellent presentations, and particularly Matthew. I really loved your presentation, and I think what it's even in line with what we're doing now. Education and awareness is something that is very, very key when it comes to sustainability. It's something that when you educate people, you tend to make them have habits that will be sustainable at the end of the day. So right now, what EGA is doing is a way of kind of like educating people, because these things are going to be probably be in the social media space. People will see the videos, people will see all the social things we are sharing, and then they will tend to also know that our environment is very key, and we are supposed to take it serious and also take care of it with all the things we are doing. With also the presentation from Mr. Awina, I don't know if I'm correct with the pronunciation. It was very, very interesting too, and it's important that we always create awareness for our environment, because we are taking from the environment a lot. So we have to also take care of the environment. So when we educate, especially going to schools, younger people, making them understand why it is important to take care of the environment and all sorts of things, like the work Mr. Matthew is doing, taking waste away from the environment is very important. Taking such programs to schools, it's very important. Like I always say, Nigeria and India has a lot in common. We have a lot of things in common. When Mr. Matthew was doing this presentation, I was just thinking aloud, like, oh, I'm going to get in touch with him and see what we can do in the area of like trying to create a platform, even here in Nigeria, like where we can be going to schools to educate people about the environment and also how to manage waste and all this kind of stuff. So actually what popped up in my mind is like creating clubs, clubs like Enviro Care Green clubs or paper man clubs in schools where you can create this awareness so that they will grow up to know that it is necessary to take care of our environment the way we take care of our body. And also one key thing that Dr. Nalish has imprinted in me, like he always talks about the personal social responsibility. With awareness and education, every single person will be aware that we have to be personally responsible for our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benedict, for the address, and thank you for addressing the question. I will now move to the category of academia, where we have nominations in the following categories. These were our nominees. First, we will be starting with the special citation, then proceeding with the winner. So, the special citation goes to B.K. Birla, College of Arts, Science and Commerce. Thank you, madam for coming forward. I request Founder Chairman EGA to please come and award the winners. I would also request the advisory member and the knowledge partner for EnviroCare Labs, Dr. Preeti, to please come forward and felicitate the special citation. BK Birla has an initiative towards Green Campus. The college is focusing on use of energy-saving devices, minimizing waste, rainwater harvesting, etc., and creating awareness about plastic-free campus. The college has installed STP and that has a capacity of 300 KLPD and an ETP with capacity of 20 KLD. Treated water is fully reused and the campus for flushing and gardening. Biogas plant is installed in canteen for cooking purpose, solar PV system with battery backup, street lamps installed in college campus. 92% of lights in the college is energy saving LED lights. They have achieved a reduction in CO2 emission for approx 3.16 tons due to solar water heater system and approx 255 tons due to solar PV system.
So, in fact, so 3 rounds of everybody. Screening by the EGA Secretariat. The team of Dinal and her team members actually screened the evaluations of all the applicants for the requirement, whether they are meeting the basic criteria of submission of the necessary documents. The second stage was with the juries who marked them on a marking scheme of 100 marks. And the average of all the 11 jury members was taken to arrive at the shortlisted applicants. This was then further taken up. 3 applicants were selected in each of these categories and they were asked to present to the jury, patrons, advisors, and the partners, wherein again almost 40 marks, 50 marks were there for the third round of evaluation, out of which there was again averaging done. So here someone will say that as an average, I would have got into special citation or I would have got into the first category. But the best part is that everybody is a winner, as I said. And Sonal, she happens to be my classmate also. I was surprised to see her after 25 years. More than that, 30 years probably. So thank you so much, Sonal. And the award goes to BK Birla College for congratulations. Congratulations. In fact, trees that would be planted in the name of college for special citation, the number of trees that we are planting is so I just request everyone because they really did a wonderful. Many times we evaluate many of the things, but when we were going to the work done by them, it's really wonderful, really awesome, and really from the genuine bottom of the heart, they're really doing well. So it's a request to everyone, if whenever it is possible, please visit there.
Definitely, all are welcome. Thank you. No, we will put it on grid now. So we will get all the. Congratulations. Congratulations to the.
Amol is also the one of the jury members who had actually given the mark.
Evaluated, yeah.
Actually, scrutinized each and every application, and the value is a whole Excel sheet is such a jumbo Excel sheet of 70 applications, and almost at on the x-axis there are about 35 columns. So thank you, Amol.
all the jury members in the gallery view are smiling. They are like, yeah, we know. Yeah, and the winner in the academia criteria category goes to any CSIR is the winner in the academia. And request the foundation advice. Yeah.
Please come here. बोलल्यानंतर आता Yeah, very happy to see CSR IICT. We are from ICT. You have an extra. So very happy to see CSR IICT coming over there and your initiatives.
The winner in academia criteria CSIR technology created a unique, sustainable and profitable high-rate biomethanation system based on the anaerobic gas lift reactor AGR for the production of biogas and biomanure from organic solid waste. This is eco-friendly, sustainable, remunerative for decentralized applications. Approximately 30 biogas facilities are active across India based on CSIR IICT technology, with 4 more under construction for the treatment of a variety of organic waste. Annual treatment of around 1,440 tons of organic solid and liquid waste at the source, reducing GHG emission into the atmosphere by producing biogas, CO4 and CO2 from waste generated at the source. A very big congratulations to the winner of EGA 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Dina. Here, again, I would like to actually listening to this trophies have been specifically designed with recycled material. It is not a fresh material. So, but the look that they have given to this trophy, I wish I could also get this trophy. And thank you so much. Congratulations. Yes.
Institute in this system.
Yes. Again, Prasad is our past president of AFSC. He is one of the past president of AFSC.
I guess you should transfer this technology across the country. Not many biogas plants, you know, villages and areas.
Thank you. We are from all the way from Hyderabad. Thank you.
Before we move to our next category, that is the individuals. Yeah, we had around 7 applicants coming in the individual category, and there is one winner in the individual category. Before we announce the winner, I would like to request Dr. Prabodh Halde to join us. He's there with us. I had a question.
I am very much there.
Sir, my question to you was, what steps have you taken personally to minimize your environmental footprint?
This is very tricky question, and I think on the forum like this, and if you have asked me, I need to be honest, and I'm actually with my wife and daughter, so I can't give a diplomatic answer, but I have to give a correct answer. Number one, environmental. When I was working with Coca-Cola, this is 18 years back. Rainwater harvesting is the initiative, and I'm so happy that the entire ETP and the rainwater harvesting structure has been constructed by the EnviroCare, the founder, Nilesh father. So Dr. Sir Amritkar sir. So from then I was inclined towards rainwater harvesting. So when you come to the my society, even we have implemented rainwater harvesting. So the step number one at any personal level and at the societal level, rainwater harvesting is something which is very, very close to my heart. And we should save the water because the next world war, whatever will happen, it is going to happen only for the water. The basically the potable water, because today the potable water quantity is very, very less and it is declining. So we need to take care, and I personally ensure that the taps are properly, if there is any leakage, it should be closed. Though it looks like a funny, but small droplet of water is also very, very important when it comes to the practicality. Second thing is whole plastic. So people have started now carrying their own bags. It's a very small initiative, but I think if everybody say no to the plastic carry bags below 50 micron. So these are the two very simple but very effective steps. And chalta hai attitude should be stopped. So this is what I want to say. And let me tell you, I was on the line. I was hearing the presentation, the great presentation. I congratulate the entire team led by Nilesh, Priti, and I think Dina, you did a fantastic job with the entire EnviroCare Green Award team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With your permission, should we announce the winner in the individual
Very much.
category?
I am eager to, though I was a part of the jury, but congratulations in advance. Yeah, please do that.
Dr. Halde happens to be our advisory member for EGA 2023 and the winner in the individual category. Move now. Here are the nominations. We had 7 applicants in the individual category, and the winner is Sudarshan JS. Sudarshan ji has joined us today with his entire family and also the future, her daughter. Sudarshan is an environmental engineering specialist with research experience for over 2 decades, doctorate in environmental engineering specializing in sustainability. He believes that with the rising population and urbanization in developing countries, the building sector must contribute to sustainable construction. It must consider suitable design methodology, circular financial models, and holistic processes like information modeling as the fundamental tool for producing better outcome. He has proved that sustainable construction practice such as low cost and low carbon emitting materials can reduce the overall cost of project by 25% and carbon emissions by 20%. The entire EGA team congratulates Sudarshan ji in the individual category. Congratulations.
Remember has written. Congratulations, Sudarshan. Best wishes always. Your intense focus on education and knowledge sharing is truly commendable.
We now move to our next category, that is non-government organization and cooperatives. We have received after we received the maximum applicants in the private MSME category, strengthening to 30 applicants. We received 12 applicants in the NGO and cooperatives. Here are the nominations. And the special citation award goes to Sankalp Taru Foundation. From Sankalp Taru, we don't have anybody joining us today due to their other commitments. We will directly move to the award winner in the non-government organization and cooperatives category. And the winner is...
Sorry, is there anyone
online? No. Charu was supposed to be there, but she's not there. I checked that. In case I'm missing out on somebody, if there is somebody joined us from Sankalp Taru Foundation, please raise your hand. We will share the stage.
Yeah, I think we should read that.
Yeah. Sankalp Taru has, in the non-government organization cooperatives category, special citation is won by Sankalp Taru Foundation. Sankalp Taru has planted 5+ million trees over 50,000 hectares, promoting sustainable ecosystems and combating deforestation. Acting as a carbon sink, the project sequesters 90,000 tons of CO2 annually, mitigating climate change impacts. Sankalp Taru as a foundation generates socio-economic benefits by providing employment and supporting sustainable forest resource use, benefiting over 50,000 rural farmers through environmental education. Over 50,000 students have reached, fostering stewardship for sustainability and climate resilience. We once again congratulate Sankalp Taru. And we now move to the winner in the NGO category, which was highly appreciated by all the jury, patrons, and advisory members. And the winner is Shatdal C. Welcome, sir. Shatdal is a zero-waste society since year 2013. Following strict segregation at source and manage our own waste in the society premises using biocompost and vermicompost method. Shatdal sent segregated dry waste for recycling. This model on 40 societies and prevented 9,000 empty waste from reaching the dump site. Shatdal has 2 rainwater harvesting systems that recharge almost 10 lakh liter ground renewable. Shatdal has installed 9 kilowatt solar plants in this society, and they use renewable energy to lit the society's common area lighting as well as water pumps as lifts, etc. Shatdal has more than 100 big trees which help in carbon sequestration and is home to 23 different bird species, thus exemplifies biodiversity. A big congratulations.
This indeed.
So there is no okay, so you are starting that one when
Yes,
okay.
we need to switch.
So in fact, Dr. Shrikant Parab. So Dr. Shrikant Parab, I actually listened to your session when you were presenting, and I was so envious that मैं गिरनंदानी में रहता हूँ, लेकिन मेरे को पहली बार लगा कि गिरनंदानी में क्यों रह रहा हूँ, इनके यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं रहता हूँ. So one of a cooperative housing society where they have done such amount of amazing work. I think it should not be just getting the environmental green award, but something more and more you should be getting for bringing in so many families together. So this is for you, Doctor. Extremely passionate. The way you were speaking on that day, we really feel very nice about it. I'd like to say a few things.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Implementing many of our societies.
No, that's okay. Yeah. So thank you very much for organizing this event and bringing so many people together. We need this kind of program. We need this kind of application. There's more and more point will help, because this is not one man's job or one person. We need to unite and fight against man. Very, very important. At the personal level, I have also worked on we have introduced we have provided to the government. We don't want to do it at a personal level, but we want to do it. We have approached state of our partner in that venture. We have also designed a solution to eliminate the campsites in its entirety. There are almost 3,600 campsites all over India. We need to demolish them and reclaim the land, which is huge. And that project is very huge, 17,500. And but we have initiated that. But while doing that, it is very, very important that we have to work at very important, because eliminating those dump sites is a big thing. But if you don't allow waste to go there, it will definitely. That's why this initiative started from our society. 11 years of learning. It was very difficult to convince people initially, but eventually now I'm proud to say that it's 100% education at source. Household level. We have implemented college in Mumbai, and we were recently approached by some cities in Thane. We are planning to do that also. And of course, we have to maintain biodiversity to balance the ecosystem. So we have taken care of all the aspects and getting appreciation. Also make our society people proud. We will continue doing what we are. Thank you very much. Share that one example which I particularly noticed, that you are saving that some 3 liters, 4 liters. Even the system is quite older, but still you find out the solution and implement. Our society is almost 44 years old society now. So it's not, it was not possible to process grey water because we had to not right into that. But other than that, I think we have done everything. But the one which you are talking about, the 250 ml water, any water, we fill with water and put it in a flush tank. So every time in foreign countries, you find that flush with 2 different tanks, 50% water and 100% water. So that system was very difficult to do. We just put those 250 ml water into every flush. So every flush tank, every time we flush, 150 ml water is there. And if you calculate that with 5 members, average 5 members in the family, 100 families, and 5 flushes in a day, every time, you can actually count the amount of water. We started with these small initiatives, but I think I was saving the cost. Now we have a rainwater harvesting system, which is recharging underground water.
We will now move to our next category, that is private LLP and MSME, where we received, I would again love to repeat, where we received the maximum participation with a strength of 30 applicants. In the private MSME, following are the nominations.
How many applications we had for MSME?
30.
30. I think that's the
Highest.
number of applications. And we are also happy. This is, I would like to tell all of you that our focus was MSME. And the reason is very simple that most of the time MSMEs, we are also an MSME, we go by hand to mouth existence, and most of the time the charter of businesses related to sustainability or environmental governance, these are probably at the last end of our spectrum. So we are more interested to see that we get the payment on time from the large corporate, we get the work orders done properly. But MSMEs, after having all these difficulties, still also have lot thing to contribute to the environment. And there are many, we were surprised to note that there are many MSMEs who are doing small things, and that's the reason we made this category last year, MSME category last year, and we are very happy to see about 30 people applying for this one award. So we are very happy on this.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for your words. And the special citation goes to Enpro Industries Private Limited. Enpro has a cutting-edge indirect direct evaporative cooling IDEC system and an earth-air tuned cooling system that reduces the amount of electricity needed for cooling while supplying 100% fresh air to the workplaces. Electric car charging stations and mock charging stations that encourage staff to charge their vehicles with green energy and conserve electricity. 946 tons of CO2 is avoided by using solar energy during the 21-22 fiscal year. Enpro is using the water that was utilized to hydro test our systems. The initiative to reduce, reuse, and recycle has made significant impact on energy conservation and reducing carbon footprints. Congratulations, Enpro.
He's also jury, so
Big round of an applause.
I just want to thank you for the beautiful platform where we can share our initiatives. At the same time, we can learn what other people are doing, and we can implement it in our own organization as well as daily life. My keynotes also, I was just taking some notes like this copy also. We can also use this type of things in our daily, routine lives around award ceremonies, and each corporate or companies, there are so many award ceremonies, things like that. So we can learn from other people what they are doing to go more. Thank you so much for that.
thank you. Congratulations. A very good point. This is which she has picked up. To promote this, propagate this, that whenever we all would be doing this kind of felicitation for our employees or for our extended or distributors and authorized dealers and all this, that time if we are using sustainable trophies, we will help build up on our personal social responsibility. Also, the reason is जनरली कैसा होता है इंटरव्यू रहता है तो पर्सनलाइज इंटरव्यू रहता है एप्लीकेशन रहता है तो पर्सनल रहता है कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछो मैं आंसर दूंगा बात खत्म बट हियर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस आर ओपन all the answers are open with a very simple objective that people will learn of what initiatives have been taken and what more can be done in their respective initiatives also. So it's an open platform, open learning, and I'm happy that you have taken up that point also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. We now move to our winner in the private LLP and MSME category. And the winner is Nexus believes in crafting a sustainable world by making e-mobility cleaner and greener with its patented biodegradable batteries built from crop residue. The flagship technology uses plant waste from agricultural fields as it is structural raw material for the energy storing cells. Nexus batteries display encouraging results, producing between 3.6 and 4 volts per cell. Nexus batteries decrease reliance on lithium while also reducing air pollution by using crop leftovers. For every 100 batteries Nexus produces, the purchase of crop waste allows farmers to earn an extra Indian rupees of 25,000.
Congratulations. Right path for the Prime Minister's aim of doubling the farmer's income. So, yes, please, yes.
Since our founders could not be here, we would actually like to extend their gratitude for this platform. It's actually, we got to learn a lot about attending the sessions, we got to learn a lot. So thank you for providing us with this application. That's
Okay. Thank you. Welcome. Congratulations.
And our next category is public sector and large corporates. Before we actually move to this category, I would like to ask questions to the jury members. I think Ramaji, you're here with us, right? I wanted to ask you a question. Can I?
Yes, please.
Here there's a lot of questions to the applicant, so it's time for us to ask them some questions.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's not audible to us.
Am I not audible? Am
Yes.
I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you were. There was an error at our front. Ma'am, how can professionals in the field of environment and sustainability collaborate to drive an impactful change? According to you, like your thoughts.
The Sustainability Development Goals, SDGs implementation is actually driven by a compliance mechanism called ESG globally. It is a global focus. So the ESG is a reporting structure which is introduced under finance and accounting standards and by financial regulators globally. There are multiple dimensions to it. So it is the reporting structures actually look into the compliance part of the environmental compliances by businesses and social responsibility and the governance elements. What is critical here is the dimension of the finance and accounting professionals is different when they look at the reporting structures, and technical regulations and non-financial regulations also deal with standards and certifications and all this regulations related to sustainability. What is needed for an effective implementation across the globe is there is a void, there is a disconnect here, is the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary teams. That focus, that collaboration is required to drive this sustainability and environmental related implementation. If you look at the framework released for all this ESGs and the metrics are so simple, but then what we see as KPIs need to come from somewhere else. So unless the chartered accountants and the legal teams and then the technical experts, domain experts, management system consultants, unless they all come together, unless there is a convergence, unless there is a collaboration, the true meaning and the effect and the outcomes or the impact of the true implementation will be lost in the due course. There is a gap. This needs to be addressed. So focus has to be truly on bringing all the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary professionals under one platform, and then these things are doable, achievable in the true spirit. That's my 2 cents on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for addressing the question. I think Dr. Nilesh has something to say.
Thank you, Dr. Rama, for this, for your continual guidance. I have just received a message from Ben from Nigeria. And if is he still around on this group? Is there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Without your permission, I'm sharing that message to all of the attendees over here. I'm sure you won't mind that. He has said,
no problem, sir.
Yeah, he has said, congratulations for successfully hosting EGA 2023. It is getting better and better. Today, I thought of creating EGA clubs in schools here in Nigeria. So, and I will share my thoughts sometimes later. Well done. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Again, our motto of encouraging, empowering, and enlightening is getting fulfilled. So, I really look forward to having small EGA clubs in Nigeria through your guidance there. We may not visit Nigeria, but definitely we could get on sessions over there, and our faculty, our keynote speakers, our awardees, they can present a lot of their work that they have done to the students in these schools and colleges. So thank you, Ben. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rama ma'am.
Thanks. Thanks, Dina.
Thank you, Benedict, and thank you, sir. Big thanks to Benedict.
Thank you. Thank you, Dina.
Yes. Now we move to the category that we were at, public sector and large corporates. Public sector and large corporates happens to be the second category to receive the maximum participation with a strength of almost 12 applicants. Following are the nominations. And we will be starting with the special citation. This
we had from Africa also.
Yeah, Ilalalaj.
They have been actually applying for last 2 years. But somehow their marking schemes is not moving them up the ladder. So hopefully, probably next time.
All this year 70 applicants, we received applications from almost 5 countries that covered USA, Canada, Zimbabwe, Indonesia, Singapore, and our 6th country, India. So 6 countries, I'm sorry, it's not 5, it's 6. And this special citation award in the public sector large corporates category goes to Kirloskar Oil Engine. Kirloskar adopted a sequential treatment technique for industrial effluent and was able to reduce the amount of ETP sludge by up to 50%. 100% recycling of used oil and plain sludge, empty containers, lead acid batteries, and e-waste. The installation of 1,500 LED store floor lights and 300 solar street lights. Recycled water accounts for around 18% of all water consumption. Water self-sufficiency roadmap till 2030, thereby to achieve the target of freshwater consumption to 0. Building a groundwater recharging facility with a capacity of 40,000 M3, increase in renewable energy share 35% to 52% through installation of 8.18 MW solar power generation plant. A big congratulations to the Kirloskar team.
Thank you.
We will also be sending across to you the tree certificate. The trees are GPS coded, geotag, and you could actually see the photographs of the trees through the website of the partner that we are tied up with to put up all these trees. So thank you so much. You would like to say a few words?
Good evening to all. Thanks for appreciating our efforts and recognizing the efforts that we develop this. I would narrate one story. 2019, we were the winner of the award for agriculture. But because of COVID and afterwards, not receive the award. But 2023, as a surprise, 2022, last year, as a surprise, we received a call from Sir and CEO Rahul Deshpande, and they came all the way from Mumbai to Kolhapur to give that award to us. So that shows the total commitment of this award, Enviro Care Award. And, really, it was a really heartening moment for all of us because that award is carrying something. That's why we stopped. We could not attend the award last 2 to 3 years, but this year we attended and we received the citation award. Ours is a company at Keynote is Kagal, 63 acres. We are having 20,000 megawatt, 20 megawatt connected load. Monthly bill around 19 lakhs units, so around 50% of it is coming from our solar power. Recently, we installed 30 kW of micro windmills. So our focus is going for 100% renewable in next 2 to 3 years. That is our aim, and that is our also in the water we are working. आम्ही आमच्या कंपनीच्या मध्ये 10 शेतकरी बांधले शेतकरी बांधले आणि शेतकऱ्याच्या मदतीने आम्ही आमचं 2017 मध्ये सीझन आला होता कोल्हापूरला गंगेचं पाणी पूर्ण आटलं आम्ही जवळजवळ त्यावेळी 100-150 टँकर्स आम्हाला लागत होते त्यातनं आम्हाला सुचलं की आपण काहीतरी करायला पाहिजे पुढे यायला नको म्हणून आम्ही हळूहळू शेतकरी बांधली ती शेतकरी आमच्या लोकांनी नवसल बांधलेली असते दाखवले 40,000 MQ वॉटर 40,000 आम्ही आमच्या काही काही प्रोसेसला वापरतो फिल्टर करून एक झालं दुसरी गोष्ट त्याच दरम्यान साधारण प्लॅस्टिक पॅन येऊ घातलं होतं काय करायचं तर मॅनेजमेंटनं आम्हाला एक डिसिजन दिलं की काहीतरी रिसायकल करता येऊ शकत असेल तर बघा जेजुरीला रुद्र एन्व्हायरमेंटल सोल्युशन म्हणून एक पार्टी आहे त्यांनी प्लॅस्टिक टू फेल मगाशी सांगितलं वेस्ट पासून एनर्जी कशी जनरेट करता येते प्लॅस्टिक फ्युएल प्लांट आम्ही आमच्या याच्यामध्ये टाकला 125 kg पर डे पर बॅच असा प्लॅन्ट आहे आमच्याकडं आणि तो 2018 पासून चालतोय 2018 पासून आजपर्यंत आम्ही जवळजवळ 19,000 लिटर फ्युएल ऑइल त्यातनं जनरेट केले ते आम्ही आमच्या फोर्कलिफ्ट आणि ह्याला वापरतोय अशा पद्धतीने आम्ही हळूहळू शक्यतो ही सगळी टीम जी आहे ती आमची ग्रीन टीम आहे ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्ह टीम आहे त्यामुळे ह्या असे एफर्ट्स आहेत त्यामुळे वेलकम Congratulations once again. Yes, Joe.
It's so happy to know. It is so happy to note that they have been winning the EGA 2023 for the second time. We will now go to our on the last category and the final winner. And the winner in the public sector large corporate category is, allow me a minute. And the winner is Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Glenmark utilizes the ZLD system. Wastewater that has been treated is used for both home and industrial applications, rerouting all hazardous garbage to incineration instead of landfilling. Go for a co-processing with Gusto. To reduce the concentration of pollutants, furnace oil was replaced with biofuel. 26,000 trees planted so far. 1 million eco bags were produced in 11 Indian states. Glenmark recycled 1,772 MT of plastic in all India. Just in Maharashtra, 300 MT of plastic were recycled. They have targeted 30 crore liters of rainwater storage through Jal Kavach project. A big congratulations to Glenmark.
Like to thank you. And second part is like when we are we came to know that our seed ball activity that we have a target of 45,000. But the employees that are like, they made it like the target extended to double what we are. And this seed balls actually, it is a concept like we had in our office. Now our employees have taken it into their society, and whenever they go outside to anywhere, मतलब मुझे कहीं बाहर जाना है घूमने के लिए, so I'll prepare that seed balls, I'll go and then I'll throw it out. So that idea they brought in, so I just wanted to share that idea to us so that we can. In reaction, yes.
Congratulations to all the winners and all the special citation awardees. Please be informed that we have arranged some refreshments to you, and also please proceed after the photographs. While we come to conclude the EGA 2023 EnviroCare Green Awards, this is the 6th edition of EnviroCare Green Awards, where we encourage, empower, and enlighten people working in the field of environment and sustainability. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to jury, patron, advisory members, and partners, and all the applicants, participants, and the extended family. Once again, I thank you for being there with us today over the Zoom call, and also to all the attendees that are present here. We are almost a strength of 40 plus people in this room, gracing the occasion of 6th edition of EnviroCare Green Awards 2023. I take this opportunity to thank the administration team, the IT team, and EnviroCare Labs for providing us the facility to perform and for being the backbone of EGA and the knowledge partner. I would also like to thank the entire youth and the energetic EGA team that includes Ms. Madhura, Ms. Femi, Ms. Arush, and Sandeep, who has been guiding us throughout as a knowledge partner. Thank you, everybody. I request everybody to please join us for a photograph at the dais. And there are a few members who would like to express, and then we can proceed. And Dr. Nilesh would also like to share his thoughts. Yes, sir, you can come.
I'm a member of Indian Water Association, IWA, where actually Dr. Nilesh has posted this award about these awards actually. Because award generally people know, we should know, then only they will give awards like that. That's how that happens actually. But just on seeing the posting, we applied, we attended all the process. Dinal is continuously staying with us, asking applications, write-ups, presentations. Then we went to the presentations. Presentation we are given jury. Jury also, I don't know anybody jury actually. I don't know anybody. Just like that, very independently they are selected. And they didn't, general awards also I have seen people ask some fee. While applying also fee they are also asking. Here nothing is actually there actually. So many good things. That is like, this is our technology was prized by Prime Minister of India in Man Ki Baat. So that also without our intervention, just like that, one day suddenly I was not there in actual Sunday, Man Ki Baat also prized actually. So like surprise it came. This award also came to me like surprise only actually. I sincerely thank all the organizers and Dr. Nilesh and Amrita and everybody and jury. And all like, these coordinations, these three girls and that Arush, everybody in constant touch actually. So that motivated me to come to from this place from Hyderabad. In fact, actually, I sincerely thank all of you. Namaste. Please encourage all people who are working for the benefit of the environment and climate change. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for your kind.
Thank you, sir, for actually comparing us, this global initiative, to Man Ki Baat. And also EG is a completely non-commercial activity of self-motivated and like-minded people. You inspire us to do this. I hand the stage over to Dr. Nilesh, please. Suresh. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all. I am Dr. J.S. Sudarshan. I am one of the individual contestant in this particular event. And first of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And it is a great initiative to encourage the individuals and also the academic people and also of different sectors to involve themselves in this kind of award activities and award ceremony. And also, as Sir has pointed out clearly, so there is no any nomination fee or there is no any kind of money involved in this particular award activity. That I have to put forth to all the people who are in the online and also who are in the offline. Because you can see in all the awards and all the most of the things, not all the awards, most of the things that either they will conduct in some 5-star hotel and they will charge you 10,000 rupees or 25,000 rupees. Even CII and other organization also, they are doing the same thing. But this is the award where I can find that there is a 3-4 rounds of scrutinization with a lot of effort they have taken and screening the awardees. And also I want to tell another one important. Last year, I think last year or before last year, I am the runner-up. So I am the runner-up. Okay. So and again, some of the aspect which they have put forth and you are lagging in this aspect. Then again, I have taken some initiative and I want to achieve this and I have achieved this. So that is one thing I want to tell to all the participants here. And these kind of encouragement will help to connect with the corporate. So because see, as an individual, as an academic people, so we don't have touch with the corporate, and that is a major lapses in our system. Okay. So that corporate and the academic and the individual and NGOs, if they put together and if they come forward, and we can do a lot of wonders to conserve the environment and also protect the environment. So that is the way how we can achieve the sustainability. I want to highlight to all the people and also all the participants here. And finally, one particular slogan I want to tell that as here they have mentioned, encourage, empower and enlighten. So for me, I want to tell one thing, 3 P's, that is plant it, preserve it and protect it. Whether it is a plant or it is a biogas plant or whatever may be the thing. The major problem in our system is we will plant it, but we won't preserve it or we won't protect it. So in all the cases, so this is one particular thing I want to put forth to each and everyone who are gathered here, who are attending in the online. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Congrats. Very good evening to all. I'm Dr. Sonal Taure from Birla College. And as everybody knows, he's my classmate since 30 years. I have been with him in Ruya College. But today I'm very happy over here to being a part of this event of EGA Awards. Our association with EnviroCares begins in 2005-06, where a very noble activity from EnviroCare, where they have announced the winner, the topper of Environmental Sciences Masters at the University of Mumbai level. So I'm very proud to say that the first award was received by our college. Subsequently, that was in 2006, and subsequently in 2009 also our student has received this award. And again in 2018, our student has received this award. So I'm very thankful to Dr. Nilesh, his presentation for this day. That is the EGA Awards. It is a very, a noble activity again, where they have also involved the academia. So it gives real encouragement to the academic world to go towards sustainability. And as Sir has mentioned that you should start something with ESG, and we were already on a path of having some course for ESG. So the upcoming generations, it will be very useful for them. So thank you for providing this platform. And I would thank my management, our director, our principal for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this event. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nal. Thanks.
Well, actually, I got overwhelmed by the number of speeches that have been given just now. I forgot what I wanted to talk actually. But nevertheless, I won't take much of your time. I'm also hungry. I didn't have the lunch. Like maybe many of you would not have had the lunch. So let's have something to eat. Lastly, while we leave for the day, I thank you once again, all of you. This is not the end of the EGA 2023. It's just a beginning for a bright future for all of us to celebrate sustainability and environment. There are about 10 trees that are planted in each of your name who are the first awardees, and 2 trees, I think it's 5 trees, not 2 trees, 5 trees. 5 trees for, I started calculating 171. So, so 5 trees in the name of the runner-ups or the special citation awards, and each of the applicant we are planting 1 tree. So it's not that if you have not got the award, that means no tree is being planted in your name. Full credit given to the people who have even applied for the award. So you can follow us on LinkedIn, on all the social medias. Regular updates keep happening. Please feel free to tag us when you will be posting these photographs or comments on the social media with a very simple objective that more and more people should read what is happening in EnviroCare Green Awards, so that they would be encouraged to take up some certain things at their respective locations and zones and their surroundings, which would make them apply for this award. And the dream that I'm sharing with every time with all the EGA awardees is that with your help, we would like to see this award grow for the next 100 years. So we may not be there, I may not be there, but then this award will be there for our future generation. So thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. And thanks to everybody who has been waiting so far, Ramaji, Benedict, and there are other people, other dignitaries who have actually graced the occasion by being with us throughout the program. Thank you everybody. If we could take a quick picture, I'll request the administration and the IT team to take a quick picture of us through the Zoom, and then we will take it in the room. Gallery view, yeah. Thank you, Avinash ji. Thank you for being there. Yes. Yeah. Vijay? एक second. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Nagrale, for joining us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ramaji.
Thank you, Dinal.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Dinal.
Thanks.
Very well done, Dinal.
See you next year.
Dinal. Thanks, Dr. Nilesh.
Rama.
Thank you. Thank you.
नितीन जी.
Haji.
Sir, आपल्याला बोलायला मिळालं नाही, but I think I'll come to you and thank you personally also for all the efforts you have taken with HPMF at the back of support to EGA every time.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm sorry, I was not in a position to show my face, but thanks. I have been today. I was there throughout. Thank you very much.
Yes. I could see that. I was watching you. You were there for the whole time. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you, Dinal. Well done, and thanks, Doctor. We'll meet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all the participants. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Madhav. Thank you, Monica, Jagruti, Pallavi, Rishikesh. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Here, which